Good morning. Happy Wednesday. I am alternate juror and thank you for joining me this morning. I was reading your comments and almost forgot to look at my camera. So it's been a while. Been a while. So good morning, Gabby and Stormy. And Chrissy, I saw you down here. Good morning, Chrissy, and everyone else that is here. Um, it's been just a few days. Stormy, I know I yes, I can. So you guys are entertaining sometimes, but I need to look into this Sebastian Rogers stuff that's going on because I haven't watched them yet because I haven't had time, but I've seen the dad on a lot. He's on a lot of stuff. Good morning, Wendy. We are actually going to look at a trial from Ohio. You might be familiar with it, and I apologize if you are. But thank you for being here. Hamilton, good morning. Happy belated birthday again. All right. So, I'm this week has been off. It's like a short work week. So, I don't know what day it is. I'm not the only one that's confused. My husband was all confused too. We don't know. We're just going. Uh Gabby was nice enough to share a couple of eclipse photos with me that Mr. Gabby took while they were viewing the eclipse. So I was going to show you those real quick. Um, Perfect, Wendy. Perfect. Uh, Let me pull this first one up. So he took these with his cell phone, and you said a solar, excuse me, um, he had a filter on his phone. I'll tell you what I did in a second. My pictures didn't come out this great. So there is one. You have to excuse me because I had to back up. These didn't come in order because, there's two. So that's totality. Totality was cool. Um, we actually were in the path of it as well. It was really, really cool. I've never been in, I mean, I've seen eclipses, but I've never seen been able to just look at that when you didn't have to have any glasses on, when it was at that point of totality. Everything went silent except for the roosters down the street from me. They never stopped crowing. I think they were so confused and they didn't know what to do. It was kind of funny. Uh, I did see a couple stars that came out, and it was just really neat. It was really, really neat. And then this is where they were, which is gorgeous in Vermont. So was, I loved it. Um, so yeah, Wendy, you're there too. So but it was so cool. So we all need to go see Stormy in 2045. The only thing that happened here that was really unexpected was they told us for weeks, stay home, stay home, stay home. Prepare like you are preparing for a blizzard. Get gas, get food, stay home. So we all did what they said. Our grocery stores, I had a couple people tell me the shelves were empty in the grocery stores. I had full tank gas, wasn't going anywhere, but I still had a full tank of gas. They were like, we're 300 to 500,000 people are converging on our city, which not my city, but my little 2,000 people town was expecting 30 to 50,000, I think. Nothing happened. I don't know where all the people went. They did not come here. Um, the football stadium over at IU was expecting 35,000 people. They had 2,500. So I don't know what happened, but the worst, I think they told us all to stay home, like, "There's no room for you at the inn," type of thing, so we didn't go out and do any of the activities that were set up all around everywhere, and then nobody else did either. So, uh, the county next door, which was the one saying all this stuff, they're not even responding to questions about how many people were here. So, I don't know. Don't know what happened, but, not what they thought. Not what they thought at all. Let me go here. Okay, so the trial that we're going to do today took place in September of last fall. So, and let me do this first. Uh, it is a 17-year-old boy from Ohio, Ethan Liming. He and his friends, apparently on June 2nd of 2022, were out. It was a Saturday night. They were out. They pull up to the basketball courts at the LeBron James I Promise school. And there's a group of men out there playing basketball. They pull up and they fire. It's called a SplatR ball. So a SplatRBall starts with a G. We'll call it a pew pew. They fire these pellets that I guess you soak them in water and then uh, they expand to 100 to 300 times their size, and you can fire them out of an airsoft or this. I thought it was Nerf, but it is the splatter splatter. If I can talk, um, pew pew. I don't know if it's like a paintball thing, but you can take these pellets and apparently fire them out of stuff. And I know I'll surprise some of you that there was a TikTok challenge going on at the time. And so it was going it was happening. And so these Orbeez, they were, I guess, the things that you put in the thing. So that laying on the hood of the car, that's the splatter ball thing. You know the word I'm not saying. When that fires, it can sound like a rapid fire pew pew. And so in Ohio, I saw Maryland, I think I saw Maine. This challenge, people were going around with these, and it was like you're supposed to do it kind of like a drive-by. So you're supposed to aim those at unsuspecting people. And they were just going around and people were getting hurt. Um, People were scared to go out because these people were just running around and firing these things. Yes, Gabby, they do fire really fast. And so these boys, these teens, there's four of them in whoever's vehicle. They pull up on this basketball court where these four men apparently are out playing basketball, and they start firing this thing. Well, when they hit you, they're supposed to, break. So now you're wet. Now they're mad. Then there's a fight. And it didn't end well for one of them. He, it depends on which side you believe. There's two defense attorneys in this because there's two defendants are going for self-defense. The state is obviously not going for self-defense. They actually charged two brothers. The brothers were going to see, and their cousin, his name was Donovan. with unaliving. A grand jury did not indict them on that charge and instead indicted them on involuntary man unaliving. So the brothers, the cousin, Donovan, he pled guilty to 2 misdemeanors with the 180-day suspended sentence. So he basically didn't get anything. And the Ethan liming, I, I absolutely agree. Ethan was either a victim of an unlucky punch that when he fell unconscious, he hit the back of his head, which I think is the occipital bone. Excuse me. That connects back there. I'm not a nurse or a doctor or a lawyer. Um, and he passed away. According to other statements, they continued to kick and punch and beat him while he's on the ground unconscious, and he has a footprint on his chest. The boys that were with him, they call 911. When the police and everybody gets there, no one's there except Ethan, who's laying on the ground. Not his friends, not the people that have been charged. There's no one there. So, it's Akron. I'm not familiar with Ohio's layout. I apologize, Wendy. I know where Cincinnati kind of is from me. And Cleveland's way up. Yeah, Cleveland way up north. So is Akron by Cleveland? I don't know. I'm sorry. Uh, but yeah. So that's where we are. And this is on a news station. So you're going to have to kind of bear with me. I was going through trying to get timestamps because anytime there's a break, the news people come on. I'm like, I don't want to see you. I'm good. So I'm going to start it just a few seconds before the opening statements start because they do a little blurb of basically kind of recapping everything that's happening and what we're going to see. Sure that I have everything turned up. And I may have to get up here in a second because I know it'll be a shock to you that one of my dogs followed me in and laid down to go to sleep. Not Hera. It's a different one this time. And I don't think I have anything muted. I think I'm good. All right. So this will be a little blurb of it's about a minute or so long, and then I'll fast forward to opening statements, but this will sum it up better than I just did.
Preview piece from our Caitlin McCarthy to really set the stage on this trial. Take a look.
Our nightmare will never end. Our family will never be whole.
Cindy Liming describing the grief of losing her stepson, Ethan Liming. The 17-year-old killed outside the I Promise school last summer. Akron police say Ethan and 3 other teens drove up to the school and fired a SplatRBall gun at a group of men playing basketball. The group started fighting. Liming was knocked unconscious, and his family says the suspects continued to beat him until he was dead. One of Ethan's friends called 911 for help, but when officers showed up, everyone, including Ethan's friends, were gone. Liming's mom says he was looking forward to going to college, a dream that was taken from him.
He liked to experience life and everything it had.
These are the 2 brothers on trial for his death, DeShawn and Tyler Stafford. The 20 and 19-year-olds are charged with involuntary manslaughter. A jury will hear the facts in this case and decide whether these 2 men are guilty or acted in self-defense as their attorneys claim.
And again,
All right. So let me bring me back. So that is the summary, basically, what I just kind of gave you. And uh, that's what we're looking at. Also, just a quick note, if you remember the one day of trial that we watched down in Georgia with the two teenagers, I believe they're still teenagers, that were taking all the gang photos and were charged with the carjacking that ended up in the death of that 73-year-old man. They were found guilty yesterday. So there's that. Thank you, Gabby. I'm trying. I'm climbing. Um, I agree. They're not friends if they just leave you there laying on the basketball court and they don't. They called 911, so that was nice. But that's as far as they went, and they left. Everyone left. Okay, so let me get to the opening statements. Like I said, this will be a little bit kind of like catch the end of this guy talking every once in a while, but I've got it down as close as I can. Oh, and they don't use microphones, so I hope that it's okay. Because, microphones hurt.
Morning,
Of
ladies
Ethan
and
Liming.
gentlemen. Members of the jury, we did all visit the scene this morning. We did complete our jury view. And at this time, we are ready for the opening statements of counsel. Opening statements are not evidence. They are counsel's opportunity to give you an overview, a roadmap of what they believe the evidence in this case will show, but it is not evidence. And Ms. Schucke, on behalf of the state, you may proceed.
All right, I have this boosted. She's not a good microphone user.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, on June 2nd of 2022, Bill Liming and his wife Cindy and Jennifer Liming got a phone call that every parent, it's your worst nightmare. They got a phone call that their son Ethan, a 17-year-old, going to be a senior at Firestone, was dead. Ethan was found in the parking lot of the I School by police. He was beaten, bleeding from his face, from his mouth, from his head. He was dead. And there was nobody else even in the parking lot when the police arrived. Horrific enough as that phone call is to receive as a parent, was learning how their son had died. The police who arrived on scene, there was nobody there when they arrived. The police at first had no idea what they were going to find and were shocked to find Ethan laying there. And you're going to see video and you're going to see photographs of what that scene looked like when the police got there at about 11 o'clock at night. At about 10:45 p.m. is when the 911 call came in that there was a fight at the I School in the parking lot. And you'll hear that that was made by one of Ethan's friends, Ephraim Stefanko, and he will be testifying here later, early next week. But when the police arrived, there was nobody there. And it became a whodunit, or what happened, how did it happen, and who did it. You'll hear from Ethan's friends. There's Ephraim Stefanko, Makai Shady, and Lamarian Dancy, 3 other 17-year-old boys who were with Ethan the night he died. And June 2nd of 2022 was the first day of summer break. And these boys got together, hanging out together. You will hear from them how this all happened, how this all took place. But at first, ladies and gentlemen, it was a whodunit because nobody was even on scene when the police arrived. But you'll hear evidence that Ephraim Stefanko's father and Lamarian Dancy's mother arrived on scene. And as the police are just trying to figure out what in the world happened here, how did this boy die, that the mother of Lamarian and the father of Akron come to the scene because the boys had run home. You'll see how this all plays out. But basically, these parents came to the scene and said, my son's here. They were involved. They were involved here. But the boys on scene, his friends, didn't have any names, didn't know who it was that assaulted Ethan. So the police start investigating. They are looking at the scene. They see a broken, what's called a splatter gun or a Orbeez gun. And it's a toy gun, plastic toy gun, that shoots these little Orbeez, little gel-filled pellets. They are gel balls, basically. Water-filled little capsules full of balls. It's a toy gun. It's one you can buy in the store for your kids. And they found that broken on the ground near Ethan's body. They found broken cell phones lying around the parking lot where you just were earlier today. Broken cell phones, a broken Orbeez gun, Ethan's wallet near his body. Where you were walking earlier this morning, there was a light pole that we had pointed out to you. That light pole and that parking space next to it is where Ethan was found. So detectives start looking at the scene. They find Ethan's Kia vehicle that he had driven that night with his friends. He was the one driving the vehicle. And that car is kind of almost where you were walking initially from the bus out. That car was there. And you see photographs of where the car was left. So when they get there, the car is there. Ethan's vehicle is there. Ethan's body is there. But there's no one else. And that car is just sitting there. Some things from the car taken out and broken on the ground as well. So they are able to identify Lamarian, his friend, as well as Ephraim and Mackay as being with Ethan at the time the assault occurred. So the police interview them. They get as much information as they can from them. But Ethan's friends can't tell them who did it, who it was. They say three guys were the ones who did it. They got into a fight with Ethan. And I can tell you that the boys are going to say that, hey, first day of summer break, we were going to get together. Ethan came and picked up his friend Akron first, and then they went over to Lamarian's house, which is very close to where we just were, I promise. It's just around the corner, basically. And they picked up Lamarian, they picked up Mackay. Ethan was driving, it was his vehicle. And they, as 17-year-olds do, as we talked about in White Deer, they had some marijuana, they smoked some marijuana together in the car. And they had these, the Orbeez guns, the splat flashers, toy guns that they got the dumb teenage brain idea to go and shoot them off random people. They were going to go to that kind of school, see if anybody was there, and shoot the Orbeez gun at people. And unfortunately, bad choice, right? 17-year-old choice, 17-year-old brain. They went to that kind of school. Ethan's driving. Mackay and Ephraim's in the front seat. Lamarian and Mackay are in the back seat. Ephraim gets out with one of the splat flashers, and Mackay gets out with one of them as well. So Ethan pulls up to kind of where we were when we first entered the parking lot there, stops his vehicle. Ephraim and Mackay get out. and they have the Orbeez guns, and they sort of run towards the basketball court where that sidewalk was, where we walked. They sort of run that direction. They're shooting into the basketball court. They thought it was funny. They thought it was a joke. They run back to the car. They get in. They're kind of all four of them out of the car, and the defendants come out of the basketball court. That entrance that we all kind of went in and walked. They are in the basketball court to that far. We had you guys walk to the far end. That's where the defendants were when the boys came in with these flat guns. And they were shooting through that chain link fence. Boys run back to the car. Defendants then walk from where they kind of run. First, someone shooting Orbeez guns at them. They run to the entryway. We went in and out. And DeShawn Stafford starts approaching their vehicle. He walks from that exit from the courts, across the courts where we walked, and over to where Ethan's car is to confront the boys, I guess. At that time, though, all three boys were back in the car except Ethan, and Ethan was in there and he stepped out of the car. He had this splat blaster. The boys, they thought this is funny, it's a joke, it's a prank. DeShawn Stafford approaches the vehicle, and Ethan, words of some kind are exchanged. Ethan has his splat blaster, and he shoots it at DeShawn. DeShawn jumps and punches and goes after him. So now Ethan and DeShawn are in a fist-to-fist fight. Tyler Stafford comes over to join the fight, and another person by the name of Donovon Jones, who is a cousin to the Stafford brothers. He comes over from the basketball court. There's a third person there, a girlfriend of one of the defendants. She does not approach, as far as we understand. But the three men come over. They're older now, but the defendants were 19 and 20 at the time that this occurred. So the defendants are now, they approach the car. DeShawn is actively fighting with Ethan. Tyler comes over. Now it's not one-on-one, it's 2-on-1. And then Donovan comes over, and for a moment there, it's 3-on-1. At the end of that fight, DeShawn Stafford punches Ethan as Ethan is engaged with Tyler. DeShawn punches him, kind of cold cocks him from the side. Ethan goes down. Ethan hits his head on the pavement, and Ethan doesn't get back up. At that point, you'll hear from his friends that they tried to get Ethan into the car. They're trying to get him into the car, take him to the hospital. They think he's passed out, he's been punched out. The defendants, and I mentioned Donovon Jones, he was charged in this matter, and his case has already been resolved. We're not here about him, we're here about these two defendants. Ethan's friends are trying to get him into the car. You'll hear that the defendants interfered with that. You'll hear that the defendants wanted to fight the other three boys. And you'll hear and see on some video that Ethan's friends ended up scared and ended up running from the scene, running away from the vehicle, from Ethan, because of the acts of the defendants and Donovon Jones. You'll see from the video that Donovon Jones actually chases the boys away where we were towards that McDonald's into that parking lot, and they run home. You'll see, because we have some video evidence, that instead of calling 911, instead of doing anything besides the defendants jump in a car, they jump in their car and they leave. Not before Tyler gets into Ethan's car, drives it kind of over to the parking lot. We looked at the light bulb spaces. There was another set of parking spaces. He drives around there, kind of to where the entrance was where we walked in, and drives the car over there. gets out of the car, breaks the sunglass holder that you pull down from the car, your sunglasses in. That's laying on the ground next to the car that we get there. He takes a cell phone, and you'll see it on the video, from the car, throws it down, smashing it on the ground. And you'll see from the evidence and hear that none of the boys, Ethan's friends, had their phones with them. They were cracked and broken. So tips start coming in. Obviously, the three friends of Ethan are interviewed. They don't know who the defendants are. They give descriptions. But at first, like I said, it was a whodunit. And the police are trying to figure that out. So they're looking at surveillance videos. They're looking at poll cams, trying to find out what type of car it was that the defendants were driving. Tips were coming in, as I said, to the tip line. They learned that from the video that the defendant's vehicle had some front end damage. So now they're kind of look at that vehicle. And they end up finding the vehicle with the front end damage at DeShawn's residence on North Howard Street. They go there, they find the vehicle, and they determine that that's where DeShawn Stafford lives. So after determining that that is the vehicle that was at the scene, you're going to hear how the investigation proceeded, that the defendants are brought in, that they're interviewed, they make statements to the police. You're going to hear about Ethan's vehicle, that Tyler Stafford drove her away with an abandoned, that there were like a footprint on the window because at some point DeShawn Stafford is kicking at the window trying to get into when the other three boys are in the car. This is after Ethan's just lying there. He's lying there and they're still trying to assault the other people in the car. But you'll see that those pictures, and you're going to see crime scene pictures. You're going to see a crime scene video here shortly, actually. That might be difficult to view, but it's part of your job as jurors to look at all that evidence as it comes in. So through their investigation, the police charge the two Stafford brothers in this case. DeShawn Stafford is charged with involuntary manslaughter based on what we call an aggravated assault. And he's also charged with an involuntary manslaughter based on a misdemeanor assault. And Tyler Stafford is also charged with that involuntary manslaughter and the misdemeanor assault. So basically, your job is going to be to determine who is responsible for Ethan's death. Now, I mentioned in voir dire, and the defense has as well, that they're going to claim some type of self-defense in this case. I submit to you, however, that when you determine the force used in this case against Ethan, you have to look at whether it was appropriate, proportionate to the threat that supposedly Ethan and his friends posed to the defendants. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are all responsible for our actions. Whether you're in a fight, we talked about some people were in fights when they're youth. But even if provoked into a fight, we are still responsible for the outcome of that. We are still responsible if that punch leads to someone's death. In this case, ladies and gentlemen, that's what the defendants are charged with. Not knowingly, not I'm going to go kill somebody. That's not why we're here. That's not what this is. But you are responsible for your actions. And I submit to you that the defendants could have chosen many other different actions than what they chose that night. They chose to come out and confront the boys at the car instead of staying in the court or calling 911 or walking to their vehicle, which you'll see in the video. It was on the other side of the basketball court. They made choices. Choices to approach Ethan, choices to then get into a fight with Ethan, choices to do not just one-on-one fight, but 2-on-1 and now then a 1.3 out there. And when Ethan was on the ground, after he hit the ground, when he's basically dying on the ground, they didn't stop there. They punched him when he's on the ground. They kicked him when he was on the ground. Can't even defend himself, right? At all. But they chose to continue to assault Ethan when he's lying, dying on that pavement at Akron School. Again, ladies and gentlemen, while they did not, I believe, did not want to cause his death, they did. And they are responsible for their actions, for the outcome of the assault. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask and I submit to you at the end of this, that we will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that they are responsible for Ethan's death. It is a tragic situation all around. Ethan and his friends made a dumb teenage decision, as we probably all made in our youth, to go there with this toy Orbeez gun and shoot these little gel water beads at them. Dumb decision. But oh my Lord, what an outcome. Because of a toy gun, Ethan Liming died that night on that parking lot. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to appreciate your time and attention in this case. And we ask, and we believe the evidence will show at the end of our case that the defendants are guilty of the involuntary manslaughter charges that they are charged with in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shuki. Mr. Sen?
So don't forget, we'll get
Good morning,
two
ladies and gentlemen.
defense openings.
What the prosecutor told you is not evidence. We disagree with a lot of what the government just said. But there are things we agree with. This is a tragedy. Ethan never had to die. This is a tragedy. Actions, decisions have consequences, and sometimes those consequences are unforeseen. But DeShawn and Tyler didn't go looking for trouble that night. Trouble came looking for them. Now, the state, in order to do their job, has to say some things that might be a little rough for my clients and their family to hear. And for me to do my job, I'm going to have to say some things that are a little rough for Ethan's family to hear. But there can't be any secrets in court. You folks have to hear everything, and then you have to make a decision as to what happened here. And in order to do that, folks are going to get upset. But it is what it is. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my client, DeShawn, and his brother, Tyler. These kids were raised here in Akron by a single mom. DeShawn, or Sean as he goes by, is a big brother, 2 years older than Tyler. And early on, Sean had to kind of take the role of man of the house because his mother, unfortunately.
I'm going to object for a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
Oh, well, I missed that.
Already we get our first objection. Usually don't get these during opening arguments.
Well, while they're sidebarring, I am going to welcome Stormy to Team Koala. Thank you so much. And Carmen to Ping and Pew Pews. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Awesome. Sorry that I don't know why it's so much trouble. That's kind of crazy. I gotta watch what he's saying. Well, I missed this. I was trying to go through and get all my timestamps. I missed this one. I got the other sidebar. But yeah, this guy just, well, the news guy is probably probably easier to hear because he uses his microphone. I don't know why the other attorneys are allergic to them. I just use the microphone. It's not hard. I use one every day. There, it muted me on its own. Oh my. You know. All right, we're back.
Let's get back to coverage.
I already said.
You will learn that Sean and Tyler are brothers, and they're close, and they were raised with their mom, and because
There's
mom
something wrong with me.
had a disability, Sean kind of had to be a big brother early on. Because he was 12, 13 years old, he's been taking care of Tyler. He's been making meals and looking out for him and taking care of mom and things that kids do, especially kids who don't have all the opportunities in the world. So they kind of bounce from apartment to apartment, school to school, but through it all, they had each other. And in trying to big brother his little brother and keep him on the straight and narrow as big brothers do, they had a love of basketball. These two played basketball, and that was kind of their thing. They played basketball, and on any given time, they could be found at the Akron court when they're catching up with each other. Because they both had lives. At this point, Sean's 20 years old. He's got a girlfriend. He's got a new baby. But he's still looking out for his little brother, and they are routinely walking to the Akron school. They live right around the corner. So they can be found like playing basketball. And you remember that they're there all the time, just shooting hoops. You're going to learn that when the LeBron Foundation put that court in, it was for the purposes of the public coming in to shoot hoops. Give these kids a place to go in the neighborhood. That's the neighborhood these kids live in, and they're happy to have it, and they took advantage of it. Any time of night, the lights are on, the kids can go there and stay off the streets, and that's what the Stafford brothers were doing that night. Across town, up towards Fairlawn, troubles getting ready to come for the Stafford brothers. And it is tragic. Stafford brothers are 5'5", 130 pounds. They were playing basketball that night with their cousin Donovan. Donovan's bigger, he's 5'11" and 180. But all three of them were just shooting hoops for a while. But across town, Ethan Liming, a talented, promising young boy, 17 years old, is getting ready to go out for the night. Ethan is a popular kid going into his senior year at Firestone. He is the highly talented high school quarterback. He is a baseball star. He's popular. And everybody likes him. And his future, by all accounts, is bright. His junior year, going into his junior year, his football stats are that he was 6'1", 180 pounds going into his junior year. And this is now going into his senior year, so I don't know what the stats were there. Like popular kids, Ethan had friends, and they cared about him. And by all accounts, just living his best life. There's another side, and it's not a side that he can be judged harshly for, but it's a side that we have to know about in order to understand this case. In addition to all the good things Ethan's got himself into, Ethan's selling marijuana. He is the Firestone guy that sells marijuana. And you're going to hear that, like a lot of high school marijuana dealers, and again, it's just weed. The state what they charge it calls it trafficking and trafficking in marijuana and drugs abuse, but it's just selling weed. I'm not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but it's squarely outside the law. And like a lot of high school weed dealers, Ethan's got friends who become customers and customers who become friends. And on this night, he had a mix of both with him. You're going to learn that Ethan, as he's getting ready to go out, has a buddy that goes out with him, a kid named Akron Stefanko. Now, Akron's a 125-pound kid, and he knows Ethan really well. They're pretty close friends, and Akron will ride shotgun with Ethan. That night, Ethan gets a call from two kids he kind of knows. Two kids, two African-American kids who he knows from middle school. Two kids who don't describe them as his close friends. Two kids who know each other very well. That's going to be Makai and Lamarian. Makai's 6'1", 225. Lamarian's 5'7", 225. And these two kids work at Akron together, and they know Ethan, and they know he's popular, and they like him, and they know he can get weed. And they know he sells weed. They know he's got the scale in his car. They know he's got the packages. They're going to get to see the scale and all that stuff. And on that night, they ordered weed. When Ethan called Ephraim to come ride shotgun with him that night as he visits folks, he told Ephraim, "Bring your blaster gun. I've got mine." There's a TikTok challenge, and for those of you who are social media awkward, like maybe I am, or too old for it, on the internet, kids do stupid stuff. They do the Tide Pod challenge, where they eat Tide Pods. They do, we all did the ice bucket challenge. That was for a good cause, but this one was called the Orbeez challenge. And the funny thing about it is, it's such a kick because you drive by people with a gun that makes a machine gun sound, and then you shoot them with these rubber blaster beads. And the idea is they think they're in a drive-by shooting. So you watch the reactions, you film it, and then you put it on TikTok, and everybody gets a real kick out of it. I mean, except for obvious people shoot at. But for the kids, it's a blast. And it's as dangerous as it sounds. There's not any dispute that that's what Ethan was up to that night. There's no dispute that this was the TikTok challenge. Let's go get kids and make them think they're to drive-by. So Ethan and Ephraim get over to Makai's and Lamarian's, and Ethan says, "Hey, you want to smoke? Let's go smoke." You're going to hear from the two boys that were buying the weed. They didn't really want to leave their house, but Ethan kind of insisted, "Let's smoke in the car. We'll smoke some. I've got yours." Gave them their drugs and then had some. They were going to smoke and drive around. So they go to find a place to smoke right in the neighborhood of where these two other kids live, where Lamarian and Makai live. And they kind of live on that side of town too, close to I Promise. Not Ethan's neighborhood, but these kids are from over where these kids are from. And they're going to smoke. And when they get in the car, you're going to hear from these boys that Ethan gets the idea that he wants to do the Orbeez challenge if he can find anybody on the basketball court at I Promise. Drive in, make the kids on the court think there's a drive-by shooting, and it'll be fun. So that's what happens, and you're going to see a video of it. You're going to see that these two boys are shooting baskets with their cousin where they're safe. And you're going to see that Ethan's car pulls up, and Ethan instructs, according to the boys in the car, instructs two boys to jump out of the car and shoot at the boys on the court. And they do, and you'll see it. And it looks like exactly what you think it's going to be. Someone jumping up and shooting machine guns at you, and everybody gets scared and everybody runs, and it's hilarious. Except
It's not funny.
these guys don't live in a neighborhood where that's so funny. That's not a joke. They take it seriously. They think they're getting shot at, and everybody agrees that's what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to believe that. There's only one way off that court, and the boys go running. They try and get off the court and get away from the blasters. The other boys start walking towards them down that sidewalk, but at some point, all the boys get back in their car. They've done their drive-by. It's hilarious. they're going to get back in their car and run away. That's what the TikTok challenge is about. DeShawn, with a basketball in his hand, walks down that sidewalk and says, I mean, frankly, what the fuck, dude? Basketball in his hand. What's wrong with you? Ethan's in the car. Now, Sean's all over. The other boys are they still don't know this is all a big joke, or they're not sure what's happening, or they don't want to fight, so they're still back by that gate. They're heading towards their car, which was kind of on the other parking lot there. Sean goes up, basketball in hand, what's wrong with you? Which point, Ethan, who'd been in the car, gets out of the car and proceeds to shoot Sean in the head repeatedly, shooting in the head with this blaster gun that makes the real machine gun sound. Now, I'm not telling you that at this point Sean thinks he's been shot in the gun. At this point, he knows he's just the subject of a big goof. It's just hilarious to come into this neighborhood and scare these kids. As Sean gets hit in the head, he just keeps walking up to Ethan, grabs the gun, and they fight for this gun. We fight for this gun. Now, Ethan's 6'1", 180, Sean's 5'5", 135 pounds, 130 pounds. They're fighting. Sean loses. He at some point, he's on the ground. Tyler, his brother, comes running up to try and stop everything. And at that point, Ethan goes after Tyler. Tyler and Ethan are fighting. The boys in the car, Ethan's friend, Akron, he's going to tell you, his words are, I just bitched out. That's his word. He hid down in the car because he's 130 pounds and he's a skinny kid, scared kid. But the two other kids that are over 200 pounds, they don't get into it. They don't really know Ethan like that. They're not going to go, they didn't want to go in the first place and do this nonsense, but they did. So now Ethan is fighting Tyler. Sean comes up, and now Sean's trying to get Ethan off Tyler. And at some point, Sean lands a punch. He got plenty of punches. He took a lot of punches. He got thrown on the ground. Sean got slammed to the ground so hard that he vomited. Because of, I don't know why he vomited. Because he got slammed to the ground. But he couldn't let his brother, who's not much of a fighter, couldn't let his little brother try and fight Ethan alone. So he went up and squared off, took some punches, got a punch in, and I will not use the term luckiest punch because this is the unluckiest punch in the history of the world. It's an unlucky punch. It's a punch that, for whatever reason, hit Ethan just the right way, square in the face, and Ethan, as his friend said in the 911 call, our buddy just got knocked out, our friend got knocked out. You'll hear an autopsy report that says Ethan died from blunt force trauma from the back of the head caused by hitting the pavement. That's what killed Ethan. He hit the pavement because he got punched and he went down, and that happens sometimes. On TV, people can fight and nothing ever goes wrong, but every once in a while on a fight, something does go wrong, and Ethan hit his head just the right way. Prosecutor's going to talk to you about what happened after the fight and things like that, and I'll answer those for you in a second, but what these boys are charged with, what my client's charged with, is causing the death of Ethan. That's the cause. Basically, they're saying that he used too much force when he threw that punch. It's about a punch. It's about a punch. You're going to have to break it down because you're going to hear the punch cause the damage. So was the punch thrown in self-defense, or was this a vicious attack on Ethan? The autopsy report will say that Ethan's got scratches and bruises, and you're going to see some horrible pictures. I will tell you that when someone dies, it's not a pretty picture. People, folks bleed out of their mouth, they bleed out of their nose, their bodily fluids release, and they throw up. There's some pictures that are going to look horrible because they are horrible, but when your blood stops pumping in your body, you start turning purple and things start looking funny, and I get that. But I need you, if you're going to do your job, to look past the pictures into the medical testimony. What you want to know is, what caused this boy's death? Were any other injuries on his body? Did he have another broken bone? Did he have another fracture? Was he kicked in at all? Was there anything other than a punch that could have caused his death? Tell you that and hit the ground. You're here now. All that hoopla that was out there in the world earlier about this stomped him to death. What killed Ethan Liming was a one-punch, unlucky punch in the cement that we all stood on today. No one knew Ethan was out. Nobody. Now Donovan's up there, who's not on trial with us. Donovan's up there, and Donovan's saying to the other African American kids there, "What's wrong with you? Why are you doing this with all this stuff we got going on out here? Why are you doing this?" And these kids don't know what to say because they're kind of embarrassed. They kind of know it was a horrible thing to do to other people. And so folks are mad. I mean, at this point, Ethan's knocked out. No one knows he's dead. And the rest of them kind of start to fight a little bit. You'll hear that Donovan makes Ephraim give him the gun, and Donovan breaks the gun. Here's your damn gun. You're going to hear that. A gun's not going to shoot anybody else, and that is a joke. So you're going to hear that there are little scrapes and tussles afterwards. You're going to hear that after Ethan was down for maybe 5 to 10 seconds, Donovan and maybe Sean, maybe Tyler, that was for sure, are trying to get it back up, but not in a good way. Get up, he's knocked out. I'm not justifying that. It was 5 to 10 seconds. There's no injuries that caused his death during that time. There's nothing significant. Yeah, if he's getting back up, they're going to fight him. As soon as they realize that he's knocked out, they start yelling at the other boys. What's wrong with you? Other boys don't want no part of it. Everybody takes off. Ethan's friend, Ephraim, takes off and running in one direction, leaves Ethan sitting there. The two boys in the car that bought the marijuana, they wanted nothing to do with this. They ran home. These boys, now at this point, again, no one knows Ethan's dead. He's just knocked out. No one knows that the cement had done that damage. They take off too. Now a 911 call was made. You hear the 911 call. All the boys were there when the 911 call was made. So for anyone to imply that they just left him there to die, the cops were on their way. Everyone knew the cops were on their way. You're going to hear that these boys took one of the blaster guns with them because they thought they needed for evidence. Not from Ethan being dead, but evidence. They're the victims of getting shot at, so they just took it. So they had one of the blaster guns and turned it over to the police. No one knows Ethan's in this condition. Everyone leaves because the cops are on the way. The cops get there. Ethan's friends are gone. These guys are gone. I think the state will make something of that, but trouble didn't go looking for them. Trouble went looking for them. They didn't look for it, and I'm not surprised they took off too. Everyone ran. Kid was knocked out. Everyone ran. Then the cops come and they talk to the boys in the car. Ultimately, they figure out Micaiah and Lamarian and Ephraim, and ultimately they talk to these boys. And ultimately these boys know what they did was kind of, one, poor judgment, two, possibly criminal, three, kind of, you left your friend there. So they lie in their initial statements to the police. They lie and they talk about this horrible stomping and this football kick, and they don't mention the marijuana, and they make it seem like it's this huge attack. Basically, it's black on white. Ethan got killed because he's the quarterback, and these kids can't control themselves. And what a tragedy it is, and it is. But for a year, we sat silent and just watched people talk about the animals who attacked this boy and killed him for no reason. And no. Now I'll tell you what happened. The law says you can stand your ground in a fight. You can stand your ground. if someone's attacking you, you can use reasonable force back. If you pull a real gun on me, I can pull a real gun on you. That's not what happened. This was a fist fight. Ethan was looking for some trouble that night. He got out of that car and shot Sean in the head when Sean only had a basketball in his hands. Thought it was still funny. And when Sean tried to get the gun off him, they fought. And it was just a fight. And Ethan lost. And the pavement. The question is, did these boys act in self-defense? And I'll tell you, 3 years ago, before the law changed, it would have been a tougher job I would have. It's a tough job because a couple years back, I'd have to prove to you that these boys acted in self-defense. I would have to prove to you that they didn't have a chance to run away. That was the law. But back in 2 years ago, right before all this, the governor and the lawmakers said, we're tired of this. We're tired of crime. We're tired of people attacking other people. We're going to change the law, and it's called stand your ground. You never have to back down from a fight.
Mr. Sin, the court will instruct the jury as to the law that applies in this case. Please stick to the evidence.
The evidence will show that these boys defended themselves. Nothing in the state of Ohio is going to show, will prove to you that they weren't acting in self-defense. And that's the burden the state has, to prove that they weren't acting in self-defense. I can't imagine what folks are going through. I can't imagine the loss that Firestone community has. I can't imagine where Ethan would have went in his life. And if I could, if we could put TikTok, Mr. TikTok or Mr. Orby's challenge on trial today, we should. But we can't. And unfortunately, actions have consequences. And when you attack folks, they may defend themselves. And when someone defends themselves, and that defendant and the force they use is reasonable, in this case the punch, even if the consequences are tragic, even if the consequences are unforeseen, that conduct is covered. If these kids could go back and not go to the basketball court that night, they'd do it 100 times. If someone could have just took the damn pellet guns out of the car, we'd have done it 100. We wouldn't be here. This is a fight amongst boys, and the color of their skin and who's from the right side of town and who's touching the wrong side of town has nothing to do with it. This was a tragedy, but we can't fix the tragedy that happened that night. But we can prevent another tragedy. We can stop throwing away young lives on a prank that went wrong. At the end of this, you're going to find that the force used was reasonable and that Sean acted in self-defense. Thank you.
Mr. Gallick.
Thank you, Your Honor. A tragedy. I think we all agree on that. You've heard that from two opening statements. I've heard you've heard that. And actions have consequences. I think you heard that from both opening statements. Now you're hearing it from a third one. As you know, opening statements are not evidence. We're just telling you what we think from our own perspectives, what you're going to see and hear in this trial. Now, I represent Tyler Stafford. This is my client. And the evidence that I think is going to be shown, I think it's a lot of what you heard from Mr. Sin's opening statement regarding DeShawn Stafford. However, there's a couple differences, and I'll just get the first one right out of the way. You heard both the prosecutor and DeShawn Stafford's opening statements that DeShawn threw a punch, Ethan fell backwards, hit his head, and died. Ethan Lyon died there. You're not going to hear any evidence that Tyler Stafford caused anyone's death on June 2nd. You're not going to hear any of that evidence. It's just not going to happen. Regarding the self-defense and provocation, if prosecution is going to try to disprove self-defense, it's not going to occur. Let's get to just a couple of things. You heard two opening statements. I don't want to duplicate too much here, but let's start off with, you heard that Ethan Lanning was a quarterback, and on June 2nd, he sort of served as a quarterback as well. And that is kind of like you heard, it was his idea to get the guns. You're going to hear testimony from one of his, whether it's friends or customers, one of his acquaintances is going to tell you it was Ethan Lanning's idea. Hey, let's get a couple of these guns. Let's drive to I Promise School. That was Ethan Lanning's idea. They're going to tell you it wasn't my idea, it was his idea. They went there. Let's find some people at the basketball playing at I Promise. Maybe we can go scare them. Maybe we can go shoot them. Maybe it's one of these TikTok challenges like you heard. You're not going to see those videos, as you heard the phones were broken. So no social media got posted that night. Didn't happen that night. But they're shooting these guns. They're simulating a drive-by shooting, apparently, is the joke. Okay. Well, one of the things I guess they didn't know is at the end of a drive-by shooting, you drive away. And you're going to hear that didn't happen. They didn't shoot and scare DeShawn and Tyler and their other friend, Donovon Jones, their cousin. Okay, we scared them. We took a video of them. Now let's drive away and get out of here and post our video. You won't hear testimony of that. Instead, Ethan was driving the car. I believe it was Ethan's car. They stayed there. They stayed there. And just to add to something that Mr. Sin said, he said when DeShawn came up, and DeShawn Stafford was the first one there, DeShawn got shot in the head with one of these guns. And we'll get to that, more about these guns in just a second. One of the witnesses, one of the prosecution witnesses, didn't say that Ethan shot DeShawn in the head, said he shot him in the face. So, you say shot in the head on the side or here on the side or back. No, shot him in his face. Now, whether it's the nose or the cheek or apparently not his eye, he didn't lose an eye. But you heard, these are toy guns, right? These toy guns, these Orby guns are toy guns. You're going to hear testimony that these toy guns, if you get hit with one of them with your skin, like on your face, it feels like getting struck with a rubber band. All right, taking a rubber band, I don't know, maybe we had an older brother or something like that. Like, hey, look at this, isn't this funny? It's not very funny. It hurts. It's painful. Well, it's not that painful. Well, that's subject to interpretation. You're also going to hear testimony that these toy guns, they shoot at a very rapid pace. Okay? They have a bottle of some of these pellets, and they ask, how many pellets can you put in one of these bottles? 20,000. 20,000. And you just, hey, it's just like a machine gun. You just hold the trigger down, and they just come out. I think they said 7 a second. Imagine getting hit. 7 a second. It's just a toy. It's just a game. It's just a joke. Well, they didn't know it was a joke.
Also, I was reading that some people were freezing them and firing them, whatever. So I did read where one guy said he was sitting on his porch with a friend, a brother, whatever, and that he did get hit in the eye, but I never saw anything that said that it knocked his eye out. So I don't know about that. No, they didn't. No, Gabby, they did not. They didn't all drive there together. The brothers that are on trial and their cousin, and I thought there was 4. I'm not sure who the 4th person is. They were all playing basketball on the basketball courts at that I Promise school. Ethan and his friends drove up, and then they started putting those water beads, firing off those water beads at those guys and hitting them with them. And they are saying with the neighbor, I don't know the neighborhood, I don't know the area, so I'm not making any assumptions about anything. I'm just going by what these guys are saying, that they, because of the sound of these things, that it sounds like there's something being fired at you, and that they thought they were in trouble. So they reacted, and they, not saying they reacted appropriately or anything. Everybody was kind of at fault in this situation, but Ethan didn't deserve to pass away from it. So I'm not sure. You guys. I'm sorry. I've had an email I had to respond to. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear what he said, but so I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there, Stormy, but the point of the drive-by would be to film it. People would laugh. That's what I was thinking. And Frozen, yeah, would hurt. You did. And people have lost their lives over toy pew-pews because they look real. That happens. These don't look real unless the airsoft ones do. But it doesn't matter. If people don't know what's being, especially today, if people don't know what's hitting them and it hurts, aren't you gonna, you're gonna take cover, or you're gonna do what you can? I don't know. This whole thing is driving me nuts because I don't like that he's not around anymore. I don't think he deserved to lose his life over this. I think he deserved to be held accountable for what he did, but not in that fashion. And I hope that makes sense, because I'm not excusing what happened to him. And unfortunately, if it shows that it was one hit, he fell, that was it, that sucks for these guys and him. But he wouldn't be the first person to get one hit and be done. My kids can tell you, not that they were just brutes walking around, that I would tell them all the time, don't be stupid, because one hit can ruin your life and everybody else's, and you just never know. And I don't know if that's what happened here. We'll have to listen and see what the medical examiner has to say. But yeah, this is kind of a crazy thing. But on a good note, welcome, Cheyenne, or Shy. I will never get used to that one. I'm so sorry. To the ping and pew pews. I appreciate you guys, all of you, very, very much. I've tried to tell you, when you can, you gotta be a Kenny Rogers song and turn the other cheek. And Carmen's probably like, I don't know that song. Great minds do think alike. So, all right, let's finish up this guy's opening, and then they're going to take a lunch break. And we're not. We're going to keep on going.
They didn't know it was a joke. And they didn't know what they were getting hit with. And so DeShawn, being the older brother, goes out there. They don't know what they're being shot with. They don't know what's going on. Ethan Lining and we'll call them his three friends, they're there on the scene. And the fight ensues. It wasn't a situation where they got the video, they shot the kids, we shot the basketball players, posted the video. No, they stayed. It was a mutual fight. Now Tyler, being the younger brother, he wasn't there first on scene. DeShawn was. But you heard that there was fighting going on. Primarily, you had Donovon Jones, you had Ethan Lining, you had DeShawn. Tyler is not only out there worrying about protecting himself, he's also worrying about protecting his brother. So, there's self-defense, there's also defense of a family. So this is what's going on. So, and again, the evidence that you hear is going to be that Tyler Stafford certainly didn't create the situation. Tyler Stafford didn't cause anyone's death. And Tyler Stafford was just, again, playing basketball with his brother and their cousin Donovon Jones. And Ethan Lining and his friends, we'll call them, initiated the situation. DeShawn went out there to talk about, as I think we heard, probably talk is a little too friendly of a word. It probably wasn't a very friendly talk. What's going on? And Ethan Lining and him, they got into a fight. And the fight got worse and worse. You are going to likely see some pretty awful photographs. That's what happens in these cases. I mean, there's all these, say it's a tragedy, it's an awful situation, but we have to make the decisions on the evidence and not sympathy or how horrible the situation is. What is the evidence, and does the evidence meet the law? And one of the things you'll believe you're going to see from the autopsy of Ethan Lining is he has really bad injuries to the back of his head, as you heard, but he also has injuries on his hands. His injuries on his knuckles. Why is that? Is it possible his injuries on his knuckles because he was punching somebody? Pretty likely. In your testimony, there were punches, mutual exchanges in punches between DeShawn Stafford and Ethan Lining. And perhaps at some point, Tyler Stafford is in there. Maybe he's throwing some punches too, because leave my older brother alone, right? Ethan Lining is dramatically bigger than Tyler Stafford. Tyler doesn't want to see his older brother. He doesn't know what's going to happen to his older brother. He gets shot in the face. Gets shot in the face with one of these toys. That's a toy for 2023. It's not a toy from 1953. It's a toy from 2023. And Tyler does what a reasonable person would do in that situation. He's not going to just abandon his brother. Just take, oh, okay, I don't know who these guys are. I don't know what's going to happen to DeShawn. He's getting shot with something. I've been shot with something. Maybe Tyler should just leave.
You're arguing.
Well, thank you, Judge. You're going to hear testimony of Tyler doing what is a normal thing to do, and you're not going to hear any testimony about Tyler Stafford causing anyone's death.
Okay.
That guy made me laugh because the judge was like, excuse me, you're arguing. He's like, well, thank you, Judge. He wanted to argue because he was arguing, so he wanted to keep arguing. But then he was like, oh, it's the judge. Okay, they're going to take a break and they're going to go to lunch. The Apple River trial, I because I didn't stream Monday, and I don't know that I could have streamed last weekend. I probably could have, maybe. I probably should have. But that is a trial where I don't know how old the guy is. We're just going to say a dad, like older dad age. And he's at a river, I guess Apple River or Apple Valley River or whatever in Wisconsin, because everything in Wisconsin, Um, I haven't seen like a lot of it. I've just kind of kept an eye on stuff. Mostly I've kind of read the comments because I've really been very curious on those. And there's video what I've seen of he apparently made some comment he was looking for a little girl. So they were calling him the word that starts with a P for those. I didn't hear him say that on the video that they were taking. So there's some kind of confrontation in the water with this big group of teenagers who have been drinking. My understanding is this guy has been drinking as well, and he's got a knife on him, which okay. So in the video that I saw of that one of them took, the one of the teens took, they are yelling at him and screaming at him and laughing at him. And he they said that he punched one of the girls that was there. I didn't see that. I didn't see him actually hit her. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. They end up pushing him down into the water, and now they are all around him, which would freak me out. That would be enough for me, because also when I was watching it, it looked like he was trying to walk away and they were yelling at him to walk away, but they wouldn't let him back on the shore. They were telling him to, like, walk into the water further, and I couldn't do that either. Like, all those things give me anxiety because I don't wanna drown. I have a weird fear of drowning. I don't know why. Um, then they push him down in the water. They are on him in the water, and then you see he comes up, but one kid doesn't. He's in the, he's laying in the water. He's got a scar on his belly that he shows. I mean, it is long. Like, he basically, I think his intestines fell out, kinda. He's survived. Um, I watched some of his testimony on the stand. This kid that he was having a horrible time trying to tell the truth. And because I watched his cross, and he was getting caught up in a lot of stuff and saying, "I couldn't see because my hair was in the way." No, your hair wasn't in the way. He had his hands on this guy. I think the kid that passed away, his name is AJ. Uh, I don't know that he ever had his hands on this guy. I'm not sure because I've not watched enough of it. Um, it's been weird because there's body cam footage of witnesses that were there. I think just from the YouTubers that are covering it, not the main Lawn Crime Court TV covering it. They have said that these kids on the stand haven't been truthful in what happened. So I don't know. I and it Like I said, Wendy, like, the videos make me go back and forth, and I just haven't had time to just watch it. I wish I could have actually streamed it because it really looks very interesting. It's going to jury today. I believe they were doing closings today. Um, so I don't know. I will see. I'll be curious how it turns out. Nope. Gabby. It does look like a heart. All right. Hamilton's been watching. She has more. He punched the blonde. He cut the other girl, and then they pushed and punched him. The one who he gutted was the one who pushed him down, and the one he unalived was one that's standing back. I thought that I always kind of read that that guy wasn't really in it. But the one that he gutted, there was a lot of interaction between all of them before anything got physical about it, it seemed like. So are you leaning towards guilty, Stormy? I don't know. You've probably watched way more of it than I have. I mean, Hamilton. Sorry, I was looking at Stormy. uh, I don't know. I it'll when I'm reading comments and they are very divided, then it tells me something. Yeah, it's like a 9-day trial. It was long, a long trial. So maybe I'll just pick it up at some point, but I just time-wise, it wasn't. We had Jesse, we had, uh, who do we have before Jesse? Blake Scanlon, and then Jesse's. I did not know Jesse's. I mean, I kind of figured Jesse's would be long. I didn't know it was gonna be that long. Um, But that was a very, very long sentencing. That's kind of what I've seen, Hamilton, that they tried to downplay what their part in it was, and it's like it's kind of like this situation, y'all were dumb. Y'all did bad things. Y'all did stupid things, and it all ended badly. Ad Montgomery is next month with Haley Brown, the DUI woman. We have Katrina Mendoza, which is uh, Mercedes Lasoya's person that gave birth to her. I will not call her her mother. Uh, her sentencing is at the end of this month. I don't know the time yet. The one that was taking the video, because there was 2 that had kind of that hairstyle, Hamilton, that had that. There was the one that got gutted, and then there was another one that was taking video, who did not stop taking video while everything's when he sees, because goes past the guy laying in the water. It's like a movie. You see the water turning red. And he's just holding his phone. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is real. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is real." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you haven't stopped taking video. Help your friend. Stop crying about it. Like, get over there and help your friend." And I know people don't think clearly and all that, but I'm just like, you didn't, nothing made you think to stop taking video? Like, I don't know. That just kind of irritated me. Let me fast forward. Okay, so I didn't see his testimony, but I did read kind of enough that it didn't go well. But yes, it's all a lot of bad choices. Alcohol was definitely involved. I think the guy that's on trial was 0.21, did I see? So he was very intoxicated. I think, I don't, I mean, I guess the kids had admitted to been that they were drinking, because I haven't seen anything that says they weren't, except I saw one that said she was sober. Now, I'll just say anytime that I've gone to try to find anything about some of this stuff, um, there's a narrative that you can very much see being pushed by the clips that are on certain things, certain channels I won't name, that want this guy to be found guilty. And that also makes me go, because I've seen that before. All right, we might get a little bit of the end of the news here. First witness is going to be a police officer. Well, that sucks for that guy. He comes to help, and that's what happens to him. Yikes. He'll never go help anybody again, and I don't blame him. All right.
Our trial, our coverage all
News
the
first.
time. Maybe you're at work. You can go to Roku. We're going to show you here, walk you through. If you go to the 19 News app on your Roku, you can see coverage nationally. And it looks like we are getting back underway. So let's take you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to start the presentation of the state's evidence. And I know Prosecutor Kuhn.
And again, it does look like one of the first responding officers will be the first witness for the prosecution.
With board's permission, I'd like to call our first witness, APD Officer Kyle Walsh, to the scene, please.
Okay.
By the way, side note, whenever you hear that newscaster say gavel to gavel, they promised gavel to gavel coverage. Not true. He promised gavel to gavel coverage on the other case I was telling you about, the 5-year-old little boy, where it was about the Catholic Charities. They haven't done even an update on that. Not even an update. So I don't know what happened. judge allowed cameras in the courtroom, these guys were like, "Yeah, we'll do it." So I don't believe him. So hopefully they did it on this.
Officer, could you repeat that again?
That's
Ms.
just
Thomas, with the
FYI.
testimony that you're about to give, I think that's true.
I do.
You take the witness stand, and is that blue light on the mic?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And proceed, Judge.
You may proceed.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Good, sir. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Kyle Walter, Walter.
And where do you work, sir?
Akron Police Department.
Okay, and what do you do there?
Right now, I'm assigned to the Community Relations Division.
Okay, can you tell the jury what that means?
I do special events, safety town, council meetings, ward meetings, things like that.
Okay, and how long have you had that position with APD?
I've been in community relations about 2 years.
Okay, and is there anything else you have to do as an APD officer?
I'm also a regular patrolman, and I do pick up regular patrol shifts for overtime and things like that.
Okay, and how long have you been a police officer?
A little over 11 years.
Okay, and is that all with APD?
Yes.
So you're also a regular patrol officer, is that right?
I am.
Okay, when you do that, can you tell the jury what sorts of things you have to do as part of your job?
As a patrolman, I answer calls for service. When somebody calls the police, I respond. I patrol a designated sector or zone, that neighborhood, drive around and make sure there's nothing foul going on.
Okay, and so you say you have a zone within the city of Akron?
We're assigned districts when we start.
Okay, and do you have a set district or does it kind of rotate?
Right now?
Sure.
No, tomorrow.
I do. Right now, I work Zone 2, which is 3 sectors of the city as a community relations officer.
Okay, and you indicated that you've been with APD, did you say 11 years?
11 years, yes.
Okay, so you were working for APD last summer?
Yes.
Do you know if you were working for APD last June 2nd?
I was working overtime June 2nd.
Okay, so as an overtime shift, that would be like a patrol shift?
Yes, I was working patrol.
Okay, can you tell the jury what was going on that day?
My shift started at 11 o'clock. A little before 11, there was a call in my area for a fight of some kind, and I put myself in service and responded to the call.
Okay, so when you work as a patrol officer, do you wear a uniform when you do that?
I do.
Okay, is it similar to the uniform you have on today?
It is.
Do you know if it'd be the exact same?
Like these, it would look the same, yes. I don't know if this is the exact pair of pants and shirt I was wearing.
Okay, and when you're working, are you in a police vehicle?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
My police vehicle is a Ford Taurus equipped with lights and sirens and a computer that I can see calls for service and utilize leads.
Okay, does it say Akron Police on it?
It does. It's marked.
When you're working, do you ever wear a thing called a body cam?
I do. I have it on right now.
Okay, can you tell the jury what that is and why you wear it?
The body camera is a small video camera that I activate when I'm dealing with the public on calls for service. It records audio and visual of what's going on from the perspective that it sits on my chest.
Okay, and so just so the jury's aware, does it see exactly what you're seeing?
No.
Okay, what's the difference?
About a foot from my eye level, I suppose. It's on my chest, so it doesn't move with my head. It just moves with my body.
Okay. And do you know if you were wearing that on June 2nd?
I was.
Okay, and do you know if it captured any of what you had encountered that day when you responded to the call?
I activated as soon as I got on scene.
Okay, and so when you activate the camera, do you know what happens if it immediately begins recording or not?
I believe there's a 30-second buffer that is recording when the camera is on. It's recording constantly, but it's not saving everything until I activate it. When I activate it, it goes back 30 seconds. You don't get audio, but you get visual. And then once I hit the button, the audio starts with the visual.
Okay. If you already said this, I apologize, but where was the fight call you received?
It was at the I Promise School. I believe the address is 400 West Market.
Okay, and do you know if that's here in Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
It is.
Okay, and did you say you went there?
I did.
Okay, can you tell the jury what you did when you got there?
When I arrived on scene roughly the same time as the ambulance was responding and pulling up. We didn't see anything immediate in the air. We didn't see people standing up or running or any active fight. I went to the far side, which would be towards the west side of the building, and went around because I know that parking lot goes all the way around the property. EMS took the closer route and went east. When I came around the building, EMS had found the victim on the ground, and I got out of my car.
Okay, so just in case it wasn't clear, you mentioned something about EMS being there.
Yes, they were dispatched as well.
Okay. Do you know if they beat you there or if you beat them there?
I think we arrived about the same time.
Okay. And you indicated that you went opposite ways around.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you find that the EMS had located something?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do then?
I got out of my cruiser. They were with the victim on the ground and started doing EMS things, treating. I started looking around and asking if there was any witnesses, and continued to do that until I came back to EMS.
Okay. Did you find any witnesses there?
I did not find anybody that saw anything.
Okay. Were there other people there at the scene?
There was a few people walking by.
You say you received a call to go there. Do you recall any of the specifics of exactly
I do not.
what the call was?
I don't recall the call notes or what was said.
You indicated that you looked around the scene, is that right?
Yes.
What were you trying to find?
Identification for the victim, anything that would lead to say what happened, cameras in the area that I could see if they belong, who the cameras belong to, and if they would capture what happened.
Okay. And did you do anything before today's date to verify whether your body cam was working that day?
I've watched my body camera.
Okay.
Of the incident.
If you were to see it, would you recognize it
Yes.
today? Do you believe it would be helpful for the jury to see that, to understand the scene that you encountered that day?
Yeah, I think it would.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to present State's Exhibit Number 1 for the witness's identification.
If we get to see this, remember the beeps if you've got headphones on. And this isn't regular footage, so I don't know. Yeah, I've got a warning ready to go if I need it. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were being sarcastic, Hamilton. I just didn't think you liked him. Just waiting for that beep. Like I said, I don't know if we see this or not because I haven't watched this because I want to watch it with you guys. So far, it's silent. There we go. There it is.
Oh, where's the witness? Nobody's here.
I got a car abandoned over here.
The fuck? Nobody else is around?
I got shoes all over the place, and that car is just sitting. I didn't even see them.
He does not look good.
All right, so hopefully we're not going to see his.
Car 1. Add a plate to the call break.
Go ahead.
John Henry Charles 3241. It's a blue Kia, unoccupied.
Copy.
I don't think so, Hamilton. I think we'll be okay. We are going to hear heavy breathing, though.
Miss, you see what happened? Did you see what happened? Which way? That way? How many? Sir, did you see what happened? Are you two together? Are you two together? Are you two together?
Yeah, go ahead and report number.
I don't think this is him. Oh, you got an ID?
That's gonna be 67436 67436.
No,
That's close though.
But that's not
him.
No.
Did you call? Do you have anything in his wallet or?
I haven't. His pockets look like they're turned inside out.
Inside of him.
I'm assuming so too, because that car is just left over.
Yeah, this one was in the car over here. What's the last name on that?
Well, and this one is Dancy.
So his friends left him and left his ID in his car.
Oh, that's one of those Floby shooters or whatever.
Toby?
Watch your feet.
You need to call for it.
1497 and 1549 or 23.
No.
Copy. 2254.
Hey, were you around here when any of this was going on, man? You didn't see anything or anything?
We all put up. I was lucky that we all put up.
Yeah.
My welfare check?
All right, man.
Sorry, Sunshine, can you have the 1666
All right.
max then for welfare check?
Sir,
What's up?
can I ask what's going on? What happened?
You can ask, but we're not going to tell you anything. Were you here? Did you see anything that happened?
What's that?
Did you see anything that happened?
No, I didn't.
Okay, all right.
But I am.
Go ahead and move on, man. No, go. Are those lights bugging you? Behind him? Oh, here he is.
Window. Window. That's. Where's that at? Window is.
It's west.
Akron. Visible. I want to see what's back here.
Yeah. Wait. Is he breathing?
Huh?
He's breathing, right?
No.
Is he done?
Yeah, I mean, that's great. That's like gray matter. But yeah, he's on.
He's 22.
Yeah. How old was he?
04, 18. Almost 18, 17.
17.
Did you call supervisor?
Yeah, he's calling right now.
I found him.
Okay.
I didn't know he was 22.
Is he 22 now?
They're saying he's 22.
Yeah. Okay. So they said they couldn't find a pulse. I didn't know when they put those.
We need, do you have crime scene tape?
Yeah.
We need a big area of crime scene tape. Well, this is.
I usually like to see the body cam footage, but I'm 100% okay not seeing this because you know they're seeing him. And that was some
Good evening in service. Good evening.
Yeah, maybe.
This is where we stop.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. We had no idea where the guy was.
There either.
I went around the back
I
of the.
didn't even see him until I was about to turn.
Yeah, that's
That sucks. Hold on, let me.
I mean, yeah, no, you're good. I just want to make sure if there's anything underneath here before we start moving it. Hey, will you move my crew? Oh, you're never mind. No, yeah. Yeah, you're good. Well, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
You said we have a unit in the area of what?
We have a unit in the area of the crime scene tape.
Fort Carver, turn that way. Chapter 45.
Yep.
18.
I'm gonna back my car up as well.
What location of the unit asking for crime scene tape?
So wait,
The I Promise School.
yeah, let's not. If he's definitely gone, don't mess with him. We'll wait till the end. He comes out. Yeah. This is.
Copy, 2259.
Does this match what's on his chest?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I do. Here, just hold those for me. I'm going to move my cruiser back. Be careful because there's puke over there too. Oh, that's right. I keep saying the same thing, the same person. Let's start off the night.
Yeah, sir, we've now had the opportunity to view State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize what that was?
Yes.
What was it?
My body camera footage of arriving on scene.
Okay, and how do you know it's yours?
You can see my ID in the corner, and it's my body camera that I wear every day.
Okay, sometimes do we see your arm and
Oh yeah, you can see my
or something?
tattoo, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, that was your voice we heard on there?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate recording of the events as you saw them that evening?
Yes.
And in that video, you were talking to some medical personnel, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see those folks treating Ethan Liming when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell exactly what they were doing?
No.
Okay, but what did you think they were doing?
I don't know. But once they were with him, then they're in his hand. He's in their hands. So my job was to see what was around that could put together whatever happened.
Okay, and so it looked like you kind of walked around the lot a little bit there?
Yes.
Okay, can you kind of tell us, what you found when you did that?
I believe I first went over to the vehicle that somebody said was abandoned. I was looking for an identification for the victim because I assumed he was going to be going to the hospital and we'd have to notify a parent or whatever. So I was looking for IDs. I remember seeing lots of shoes. There were some cell phones on the ground. There was a broken toy gun and a wallet.
Okay, and so that was you getting in the car there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you find an identification in that car?
It did.
Okay, do you know if it was for Ethan?
It was not for Ethan. I don't remember who it was for, but it was not Ethan.
Okay. Do you recall what else was in the car?
I didn't search it. I just was looking for ID. I see in the video that I pulled out some kind of cigars or cigarello wrap packages or wrappers and a water bottle I remember seeing on the seat in the video.
Okay. About the time that you were going to that car, it looked like another APD cruiser showed up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that would have been?
The officers' names?
Yeah. Do you know what officers that would have been?
Officer Lockhart and his partner, whoever he was working with.
And did you say something to them?
I said that he doesn't look good.
Okay. Why did you say that?
Because pulling on scene and seeing the victim on the ground, it looked like it wasn't very good. It did not look like he was in good state.
When you were there, did you have the opportunity to go up to Ethan's body?
Could you be more specific?
Did you go near Ethan's body while you were there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to look at him and observe his body?
Yes, but not until after I knew that he was dead.
Okay. Did you take note of any injuries to him?
Not specific injuries. No, I could see that he definitely was beat up. I didn't notice any kind of stab wounds or gunshot wounds or anything that stuck out in my mind other than his face was pretty beaten.
Okay. Do you know what the status of his clothing was when you saw him?
I remember his pockets were turned inside out, and that's the most that I remember from what I saw. I mean, his clothing was definitely disheveled, but I don't recall specifics about his clothing other than what I mentioned in the camera that his pockets were turned out.
At a certain point in the video, did you mention a Flobies shooter?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what you meant when you said that?
I believe I meant an Orbeez gun.
Okay. What's an Orbeez gun, if you know?
It's like some kind of hybrid squirt Nerf gun that shoots small pellets of some kind of polymer, I believe.
Okay. And
like a BB gun.
I'm sorry. Does he just not look like he's about to burst out laughing at any second every time? I know he's embarrassed because he said Floby, which for you youngins used to be this hair thing that it sucked all your hair up as you cut like short hair. Couldn't cut my hair with it, but the flow. If you don't know what a Floby is, look it up. But he just keeps looking like, nah. Like he's just nonchalant about everything. And yes, it was a bad pause. Sorry. I think if he did, he just smelled his own. But he seems kind of not, he just seems like he's about to laugh.
Okay. But you were able to see that there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where it was?
It was in the parking lot, away from the body.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far away it would have been from you when you identified it?
When I said that's one of those, Somewhere between 10 and 20 feet at least, probably.
Okay. How did you know that's what it was?
I have kids that have toys. They want those kind of things.
Okay.
I just looked similar to what they had showed me.
Okay. Okay, at a certain point in the video, I think you maybe relayed information to a dispatcher or something of the license plate number of the car, is that right?
Yes.
What was your purpose in doing that?
To attach that call, that vehicle to the call, so they would put it and it would be attached to the call.
Okay. Okay, and I think we saw you talk to a few different folks that kind of wandered up to the scene, is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if they were witnesses to the incident?
I believe I determined they were not.
Okay, at a certain point, you asked if Ethan was 22. Can you please tell the jury what that means?
It's our police code for somebody being dead.
Okay. What prompted you to ask that?
When I came back up after EMS was working on them and they started wheeling away their gurney and nobody was around him, I asked if he was breathing and they said no. And then I asked if he was dead and they said yes.
Okay. Is there a significance to the fact that they were wheeling away the gurney?
To me, it meant that they were not putting him on it and taking him to the hospital.
And so why wouldn't they still take him away somewhere?
It would either be because he's okay and he doesn't need to go to the hospital, or that they were going to leave him in place because he was dead.
Okay. And more follow-up would be needed with APD?
What do you mean?
Like further investigation of the crime scene?
Yes.
Also, we saw that you were kind of shining a flashlight around throughout the video there. Can you tell the jury what you were doing with that and why?
I was just looking at the scene, seeing where, there's fluid on the ground. There was other items scattered about, like we said before. Just seeing where they were, how far this expanded, how far the crime scene expanded, the incident, where it occurred.
Okay. And at a certain point, I think you shined the flashlight underneath the ambulance. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
When the ambulance said they were going to move and pull away, I wanted to make sure that there was any kind of evidence underneath, if there was more shoes or anything that I could see by looking under, so that we could, so it would be safe to move the ambulance without further disturbing the crime scene, basically.
Okay. And is that also what you did with your cruiser?
Yes.
Officer, with the court's permission, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 2. And I'm going to ask you to identify it for the jury, if you're able to do so.
That is the parking lot of the I Promise School.
Okay, and is that how it appeared the night that you were there?
After we moved the vehicles, yes.
Okay, and we do see some things in that photograph that are different from how they appeared when you walked around with your body cam. Is that right?
Yes, the crime scene was on scene and they had put numbers by items to collect, I believe.
Okay. And so we see those numbered placards in this photograph here.
Yes.
Do you know where, sort of what the layout is here, what direction we would be facing by viewing that photograph?
We were facing towards the west.
Next, I'm going to, and so that is an accurate photograph of the scene from that evening.
Yes.
Great. I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 3. Ask you to identify it for the jury if you are able to do so.
That would be the scene facing towards the east.
Okay. And in that photograph there, can you tell the jury what if anything, is significant to focus on?
What do you mean?
What would be the significance of that photograph? Why did someone from APD take that photograph?
They take photographs pretty much all around just to see the different angles from the different perspectives. I'm not a crime scene photographer, so I can't tell you any more than
okay.
that.
And so this does reflect the scene as you found it that evening?
Yes.
Great. Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 4, please, and ask that you identify it if you are able to do so.
That's the same from another angle.
We see those numbered placards again.
Yes.
And do you recall seeing items in the parking lot in those places?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 5, please. Sir, if you are able to identify that for the jury, please.
That is Ethan's body.
Okay. And as I did indicate, that's been marked State's Exhibit number 5. Is that how Ethan appeared when you were on scene that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd asked if you observed any injuries to Ethan when you were there. Is that how he appeared to you?
Yes.
Okay. And we see some stickers on his body. Do you know what those things are?
EMS put those are EMS stickers they use for their machine.
Okay. And so you saw them on him that evening?
Yes, after EMS backed away from the body.
So we saw another cruiser arrive, and it looked like you interacted with those officers. Did more officers end up arriving as well?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any idea how many police officers would have been there that night?
I don't have any idea, but there was a lot.
And is it fair to say you're not the detective that collected the evidence here?
That is fair to say.
Do you know if there were specific officers who do that?
The crime scene unit will collect the evidence.
And officer, I've been trying to turn up your mic just a bit, but maybe if you pull the
Pull
mic a
closer.
little closer to you, that might help.
Gotcha. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Also tell the attorney, judge.
Did you go anywhere else that evening as part of the investigation, or was your involvement limited to there at the I Promise school?
No, I walked around, obviously, the I Promise school, checking the area, and I went to a side street that borders the I Promise school and did a neighborhood canvass of some houses there.
Okay, and did that yield any results for you?
Some of the houses did have cameras. I remember one house, the cameras do not record. I talked to people who said that they heard an argument. They weren't sure about it, and they said that arguments are frequent over at the basketball court, so they didn't really think too much of it. And I basically just documented all that for detectives to follow up later. There was no immediate information that was useful.
Okay, you didn't encounter any witnesses at that point?
No.
Okay, and do you know if those cameras would have been able to capture what was going on in the parking lot of the school?
The man I remember talking to, his camera system on his front porch is blocked out by the trees and bushes in front during this time of year. So his cameras did not record, but he said even if they did, they would not. And yeah, and I asked him if they had audio as well, and he said his cameras did not have audio. So
okay, do you remember the name of that little street?
I do not.
Okay. Did you say it was right next door to the I Promise school or something?
It was. It was like a 1-block street that dead ends about where McDonald's is.
Okay. I'm sure that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Kuhn, your last exhibit was 5, is that right? Or 6?
I believe that is correct, Judge.
I hope they never send that guy to do it on a live notification. He'd just be like, sorry. I can't stop. He just has a happy face.
Good afternoon, Officer Walter.
How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you, sir?
Well, thank you.
Officer Walter, we had an opportunity to look at the photograph that we just saw of Ethan, and he clearly appears to be a young man who is deceased. He's got blood coming out of his ears and his mouth and those type of things. Do you agree with me on that?
From the picture, yes.
Okay. Yet, when you got there, you seemed surprised when the EMS folks said that he was 22 or that he was dead. You seemed surprised by that.
Yes.
Now, what kind of call were you responding to?
I believe it was a fight call.
So, do you know at that time who had called in?
No.
And if I were to tell you that one of the boys from the scene called 911, you couldn't tell me whether that was true or not. You just know that you got a call, there was a fight.
Yes.
Did you know somebody was on the ground injured?
I don't think I knew that at the time, no.
And I understand it's been a while, so, and I'll just ask you a different way, and just to be sure. Were you looking for a body when you went in that parking lot, or were you looking for a bunch of kids fighting?
Looking for a bunch of kids fighting.
Okay. And you found Ethan, and he's got these traumatic injuries, but you still think that maybe he could go to the hospital. And from that picture, it appears that he's clearly deceased. Had anybody like EMS or anything been working on Ethan?
Yes, like I said, when we got there about the same time, EMS found him first and they were already with him. So.
Can you tell me if that blood in his eye, coming out of his eyes and his ears and his mouth is that a result of injuries to his eyes, his ears, or his mouth, or is that a result of a brain bleed from?
I would not know the answer to that question.
Okay, but when you saw him, you had reason to believe there was hope, and then the professional said there's no hope.
That would be my assumption, yes.
Okay. You do your job, and you document and everything, and you're looking around, and I see you have your flashlight out, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming that's because the parking lot is somewhat dark.
Yes.
And I look at those photographs, and everywhere I see a photograph, there's a big field of light in front of the photograph that fades out, which to me sounds like maybe there was a flash photographer there and that it wasn't lit that well in all those spots. Is that a safe assumption?
That would be a safe assumption, yes.
Okay. So what you're doing is it's dark in that parking lot to a degree, and you've got your flashlight out and you're looking for evidence.
Yes.
And you need to identify Ethan so you can, I think you said, get him tell his parents he's at the hospital or something like that. And you go to the car and you find an ID.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you don't remember whose ID it was, but if I told you I heard the word Dancy come out of your mouth and that there's a person that was in his car with the last name Dancy, would you have any reason to think that I'm wrong? I mean, it was a ID belonged to a black male,
Yes,
not Ethan's age,
yes,
who looks like he may have left his wallet in the car.
yes.
You also found Ethan's identification. Where did you find Ethan's identification?
His wallet was on the ground away from his body.
Okay. Do you know, did you go through the wallet?
What do you mean?
Did you look and see what possessions were in the wallet?
I did not take inventory of the possessions in the wallet. I only retrieved his ID.
The boys aren't charged with robbery, so is there any reason to believe that his wallet was stolen or money was taken? Do we have any facts to support that at this time?
Only the fact that his pockets were turned out.
Okay.
But
And again, EMS has been working on it before you got there.
yes,
All right. And you don't know today whether there was money in the wallet or not, or whether he even had money on him?
no, I would not know.
These Orbeez guns, you kind of recognized that, did you not?
I did.
And you indicated you recognize it from just having kids.
I also recall seeing them at like Reservoir Park, which is more my assigned area, kids running around shooting each other with these things.
Okay. Are you aware of law enforcement across the country having put out any bulletins or any information about concerns about this Orbeez challenge or this TikTok challenge? Have you ever heard about that?
I did not hear about it until after this incident.
Okay. As a law enforcement officer, do these toy guns cause you guys concerns when they're out there in the dark? Is there an easy way to tell that something's a toy gun versus a real gun? I mean, I know we've had cases where officers are forced to make that tough call and shoot somebody only to find out it was a toy gun. It happened up in Cleveland.
Sure.
Your Honor, I don't know if that's a question.
Right.
Sustained.
That is a concern for officer safety, that these things are floating out there. And sometimes, even as police officers, you can't be sure when someone pulls a gun on you, whether it's a real gun or a fake gun. Is that true?
That would be true.
So this whole Orbeez challenge thing, I'm guessing that's not an idea that law enforcement supports, go around and do these.
I would object, Your Honor, and I think that's also a speculation from this witness.
Sustained, you can rephrase it.
Do you think it's inherently dangerous to do a fake drive-by shooting?
Yes.
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't know that there's any indication this is a fake drive-by shooting.
That's okay. I'm going to withdraw that at this time. Officer, co-counsel may have a question for you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gallagher?
Officer Walter?
Yes, sir.
Is there a title that I mentioned, Officer Walter? Is there the proper way to address?
That's perfect. Thank you.
I'm Donald Gallagher. I don't think we've ever met or spoken before. I represent Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions. Testified both on direct and Tyler or DeShawn Stafford's cross-examination. You got a 911 call about a fight, right? Is that what you?
I don't know if it was a 911 call. I responded to a call for service.
Okay.
I don't know how it came in.
Okay. So to be more precise, you get a call from dispatch.
Yes.
And when you get that call from dispatch, as you say, you don't, as you sit here today, you're not sure if it was a 911 call or some other type of call.
Yes.
Okay. And what other types of calls might be something that not a 911 call?
Could you be more specific?
Yeah. So if it's not a 911 call, what other type of call might it be?
Could have been a call to a non-emergency line.
Okay.
Yep.
Someone could have called an Akron, not an emergency line, another Akron police phone number.
Yes.
And said, hey, there could be some fighting down at I Promise School.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you said later on that you spoke to a person around that area and they said, arguments are frequent around the basketball court, something like that?
Yes,
Have you ever been called to this scene before?
I have not, and that's not my regular area of work.
You mentioned you're working like an overtime shift?
I was.
Okay. So does that mean at this point, this is like what, 10:30, 11 p.m.?
It was a little bit before 11.
A little bit before 11. So at this point, you've been working how many hours?
8.5.
Okay. And your overtime shift is just starting this?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been called to the I Promise school before?
I don't think so.
Okay. I apologize for kind of bouncing around.
That's okay.
You get a call from dispatch that says there's a fight at I Promise school. When you arrived, I think originally you said you got there at the same time, but it looks like maybe you got there just a few minutes behind EMS, do you know?
Like I said, I don't know exactly, about the same time. I could have been following them down Market Street for all I know.
Okay. And you said something, I wrote it down, you said, where's the witness? You said, where's the witness, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it your belief at that time that you're gonna show up on scene and there's someone there on the scene looking for police help?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't find that?
No.
Okay. And based on the information from dispatch, I believe you said you didn't know anybody was injured.
What?
Is that right?
Say it again.
Okay. The call you got, well, break it again. You got a call from dispatch, right?
Yes.
And it said, go to I Promise school, right? Because there's a fight. In addition, you didn't know there was a fight and somebody was seriously injured or potentially deceased.
I don't believe that's true. I believe the actual call would have been a fight with injury because I was going to the scene, lights and sirens. So I was responding in emergency for somebody in trouble.
Okay.
And it was just a regular fight. I would not drive hot to that call with lights and sirens.
Gotcha. So maybe dispatch said there's a fight and
with injury.
With injury.
Sure.
Okay.
And that's why EMS would have been dispatched as well.
And that night, you didn't find any witnesses on scene?
No.
And you didn't receive any other information from dispatch about what might have happened?
I'd have to look at the call notes to see.
Okay.
I do not remember exactly what was in the call notes, or
Okay.
I don't recall exactly what was said from the radio on my way there.
I saw when you were looking through the car, you found a couple driver's licenses. Is that right? You found 2 of them?
I believe only one in the car.
Okay. Was there some point you had 2 licenses side by side?
The other officer had found another license. I don't know off the top of my head where he found it, and we compared the 2.
I understand. And do I recall that both of those licenses, the photos were vertical? They were vertical orientation? Right?
Yes.
And does that mean that the people are underage?
Usually, yes.
Okay. I mean, if you're over 18, it's a...
If you've had your license updated, yes.
Yeah, then it's a horizontal license.
Yes.
Right. Mine's probably horizontal.
Probably.
And then if you're under 18, then it's a vertical.
Yes.
Okay. And that it looked like both of those were
You're 21.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned these guns, and you said you know from having kids. Have you seen these guns or whatever? Have you seen them fired before?
Yes.
You know what they sound like?
Yes.
What does it sound like?
Like a toy gun,
Okay. And
like an electric motor.
got an electric motor in it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it shoots like pellets like a BB gun, something like that?
Slightly bigger than what you would consider a BB and softer.
Okay. You said they might be made out of polymer?
Yeah, some kind of, science thing.
Just based on your perception. One moment.
Yeah, 18's a weird age. Yeah, 21 here too. Don't turn them. Why would you turn them before they're 21?
You're smarter than I am.
I wouldn't say that.
It is? That's crazy.
Okay, fair enough.
California's 18.
I want to go back and look at State's Exhibit 3 again. You mentioned this earlier, right? You said this was an accurate photo as far as you know.
Yes.
I'm just going to point here into the center. Are these all like potholes or holes, or what are those? I'd like to know.
They look like potholes. They could be fluid. I am not 100% sure by the picture, and I don't know.
Have you been to the I Promise School since June 2nd of last year?
I don't believe I've taken a call for service there, but I probably checked it in patrol. I know it's been, especially after this, it was a place of concern that we would patrol more regularly.
So you're saying after this, I Promise School became an area of concern for Akron police?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that this pavement that we're looking at in State's Exhibit 3, that it's in better condition, that maybe it's been repaired, it doesn't have all these potholes at this time?
That's possible.
Okay, but you don't recall one way or another?
No.
Okay, fair enough. No other questions this time. Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Thank you,
Good?
Judge. Very brief, please. Officer, thank you for your time. A couple of questions that just sort of occurred to me as I was listening to your cross-examination, and I'll direct your attention back to State's Exhibit 4, please, and the placards that exist here. Officer, are you able to see a placard listed as number 3 in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 6. State's Exhibit number 6. If you could identify this for the jury, if you are able to do so.
That would be the Orbeez gun that I saw.
Okay, and it has a placard by it, is that right?
It is, yes.
And what placard is that?
Number 3.
And do we see placard number 3 in this photograph, State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes.
Okay. And it may be a little bit difficult to describe, but can you sort of direct the jury's attention? In effect.
I just turned it on.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Do you want me to touch the screen?
That'd be great, please. Yeah.
Probably need to circle or.
Circle it. Okay. So it looks like you put a green circle around placard number 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that where the Orbeez gun was when you saw it?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And you indicated that you could tell it was not a real gun. Is that right?
Yes.
How do you know it's not a real gun?
The colors, and I think that would have been a pretty popular model. I believe one of my children showed me that on Amazon is the one that they wanted.
Okay. And next, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize this image here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that is?
It's a wallet and a magazine type thing for the Orbeez gun.
Okay. Just so the jury's aware, when you say magazine, can you tell the jury what that might mean?
I don't know the exact way a Orbeez gun works, but for a regular gun, a magazine is what holds the ammunition that it would shoot the projectile. So that's what I imagine that would be. It could be a battery pack. I don't know how they work.
Okay. And do you see any Orbeez in that image there?
I do not believe I do.
Okay.
Unless those small orange things, I don't know if they're pieces of plastic, they could be Orbeez because they are pretty round.
Okay. Do you know if that's the wallet you found in the parking lot?
I couldn't tell you 100%.
Okay. But we do see placard number 4 there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take another look at State's Exhibit number 4 and see if you see placard 4 in that image?
And officer, you see where it says thin or thick at the bottom? I think that one's.
Oh, you want a
better.
thicker
You
one?
can- It would be easier to see it.
Gotcha, man.
There you go.
Okay. Do you know if that's the location where you found a wallet?
It would be about the location I found the wallet, because once I knew Ethan was dead, I would have put it back about where I found it. Because I did pick it up to retrieve his license.
And there was some questioning about the licensing, driver's license, horizontal versus vertical. And the question had to do with if age 18 is when the license switches from one to the other. Is it possible that it's not age 18, but maybe age 21 it would switch?
Yeah, I believe at age 21 is when you get the vertical, but you're not required to renew your license until you're 21.
Okay, so it's not merely adulthood, it's maybe legal drinking age or something?
Yes, yes,
Right.
that would be a more accurate.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Officer, that picture we saw of the Orbeez gun, that was taken, again, probably with the aid of a flash photography, right?
Yes, probably.
And when you looked at it through the calmness of a flashlight, right? It's after everything's happened, you're walking around, you put your flashlight on it.
Yes.
And you recognize it to be a toy.
Yes.
And you've seen these toys before.
Yes.
And you indicate they shoot a pellet out of them.
Yes.
Are you where they come out at a pretty high speed?
I've actually been shot by them. Yes.
Right. And then people describe it as to feel like just getting hit with a rubber band or something. It's not.
Sure.
Okay. And they make a sound, and you describe it as a toy sound, and throughout this thing, the jury's going to get to hear the sound, but it's a simulated machine gun sound, isn't it? You can laugh, but that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to go.
Machine guns are like, sure, the same cadence, not the same volume or pitch.
But that's part of the kick. That sound you're hearing isn't part of the little BB shoot. Now, it's an added thing to make it more fun.
I believe it's just the sound of the motor and whatever makes the BB go. But
so, if I were to approach you in a dark parking lot with and pull one of these things out and run up at you and start shooting you with it, and you start feeling things happen in your head, and you're getting hit with it, and you're hearing stuff, would you be justified in using force?
Sustained.
Would that cause you concern for your safety if someone starts shooting something at you?
I would object to this one to just beyond the scope of.
There's a testimony, there's a toy gun, and I'm saying this officer wouldn't react like it was a toy if it was aimed at him.
Go ahead and answer.
could you repeat the question so I know what I'm answering?
Is there any easy way to tell it's a toy in the dark? Doesn't glow in the dark, does it?
No, I mean, no.
Okay. And you couldn't take that chance as an officer on the street. If I'm shooting you in the face with this thing, are you going to smile at me?
No.
You may not shoot me, but you're sure not going to take that thing off me, aren't you? Further questions?
Very good, briefly, Judge.
Oh.
Officer, there's been a lot of questions about how similar this thing is to a machine gun. Have you ever been around a real machine gun?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever fired a real machine gun?
Yes.
Is an Orbeez gun anything even remotely close to a real machine gun?
No.
What is a machine gun for?
A machine gun would be an instrument of war.
Okay, and what is an Orbeez gun?
That's a toy.
That's all I think.
How do you know the difference?
I spent over 20 years as an infantryman.
Did you know the difference when you were 19 years old?
Yes.
Do you think these kids knew the difference?
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge that these kids walk around with the same experiences that you, a law enforcement military guy?
Yes.
Okay. These guys weren't in the military. What makes you
Sustained.
Why do you think they know what a machine gun sounds like?
Objections.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that the rest of us might not know what a machine gun sounds like? The difference between a real one and a fake one?
No,
You would agree with me? You think we can all tell the difference?
I would agree that, what?
I'm just asking. It's tough to tell sometimes, isn't it?
No,
It's not tough to tell?
no.
Okay. Then what's the point of the Murphy's Challenge?
Objection.
If you know.
Isn't that the whole kick, to make people believe that they're getting shot at?
Object.
Yeah, there's no foundation.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Walter. You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. That picked up at the end. We kind of had a little side conversation going on about that toy. And then this guy tried to trip him up. Do you know what that sounds like? Yep. Did you at 19? Yep. Know the answer to your question, sir, before you ask it. Wow. All right, they have a little tiny sidebar here. And I think his point was in that situation, they would not, if you heard it and you lived in that area, I guess, is what he was insinuating earlier, that you would think that's where your thought would go to, not that, oh, somebody's doing something with a toy. I agree, Hamilton, but some of these I've heard are really loud. Louder than a toy. But it doesn't doesn't justify the end result. And I've never heard one in person, but I would think they're very, very loud. I don't want to hear one in person either. All right, they do a little sidebar here. Unfortunately, we can't see it because she calls a deputy up to the stand, but I can't see which deputy it is because it goes over to the side. So I don't know if it was that deputy that was just up there. Here comes the next one. But sorry, you can probably hear my dog snoring. You never want to send him to do anything serious because he wasn't. Speaking of fireworks, Gabby, did anybody fire any off during the totality of the eclipse around you? Because they did here, and then it scared my dog, so I had to deal with her. And then some idiot decided to up the fireworks by going off going out and firing off, I don't know how many, just rapidly. I almost yelled at them, "Thanks for ruining it, a-hole." But then I decided that they had they had a pew pew, and I didn't want them to come pow pow me. But I was like, jerks. Now I had to deal with a scared dog because then somebody else had to. Well, I have one of those too. It's like, I have one of those too, and I'm not going to take it out right now. Yeah, my dog is so scared of loud noises. Thunderstorms, fireworks, pew pews. Made me mad.
Is it okay to call my next witness?
You may.
Thank you. Again, Judge, the state will call Officer Gavin Lockhart to the stand, please.
And I couldn't even see the fireworks, so I don't know what the point of.
Yes, raise your right hand first. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And take the witness stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Javan Lockhart, Lockhart.
Okay, sorry about mispronouncing your first name.
You're fine.
Where do you work, sir?
Akron Police Department,
And what do you do there?
patrol officer.
Okay, and how long have you worked for APD?
It'll be 4 years in December.
4 years in December?
Mhm.
And is that the extent of your law enforcement career?
Yes.
What's your official title there?
Just patrol officer.
Okay. And has that been your title your entire time there?
Yes.
Is there a particular shift that you work?
Currently, it is from 4 to 2 a.m. At the time of the incident, it was, I want to say 7 to 3.
So 7 p.m. to 3 a.m.?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what what your duties and responsibilities are as an officer for APD?
Yeah, respond to calls, make proactive traffic stops. That's pretty much the extent of control.
Okay. Do you drive around while you're doing this?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if you typically drive or if you have a partner that drives?
So at the time, I had a partner and we would switch off driving.
Okay. And so you've said a couple times now at the time, are you referring to June 2nd of last year?
Yes.
And obviously that was a work day for you?
Mm-hmm.
And it was that 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. shift?
Yeah.
And is there a particular area within Akron you're supposed to be?
So that night, me and my partner were in District 12, which is our Highland Square area. It goes down from.
And I'm sorry, officer, if you could keep your voice up just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, it goes from it goes across Market down towards Copley, over towards the zoo. It's a specific area, but it's mainly the main focus is that Highland Square area.
Okay. And are other officers presumably assigned to other areas of Akron?
Yeah.
Are there any instances where you would leave your district and go to another?
Yeah.
Okay. What would be an example of that?
So if another car is on a call in a different district and my district neighbor's theirs, they can send us. If I feel that a call gets sent out in a different district that they need more backup, I can go. Or even if I just feel I need to leave district to go to a separate call in a different district, I can leave. There's no hard restraints on us staying in our district. We just stay in our districts to actually patrol our districts since it's what we're assigned.
Okay. And I think you mentioned you had a partner with you that day?
Yeah.
That evening? Do you know who that was?
Officer Markham.
Okay. And do you know which one of you was driving that day?
I believe he was.
Are you and Officer Markham still partners?
No, we're on different shifts now.
Okay, when you were working that day, what sort of clothing did you have on?
Same thing I'm wearing now. I think I may have had on short sleeves, uniform shirt, outer carrier, and some boots.
Okay, can you say that again for me, please?
Just our regular uniform, short sleeve, patches, outer carrier, and some boots.
Are you saying outer carrier?
Yeah, our vest.
Okay, is there armor in there?
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of vehicle were you guys in?
Our regular patrol car, marked patrol car.
As part of your uniform, I think some officers have body cam, is that right?
Yeah.
And do you recall some sort of call coming in asking you to go to the I Promise school?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell the jury, what that call was and what you did next?
So we received a call for a fight with injuries at I Promise in the parking lot. Our caller was supposed to be near the scene, if not on the scene. So we drove to it. We didn't have any other much information other than there was a fight, but the victim was supposed to still be breathing, conscious. And then when we arrived on the scene, the parking lot was empty. I believe there was one other officer there somewhere off in the back, and EMS was with Ethan. And I walked up to them. I asked them how it was, because at this point I was still under the assumption that it was just a regular fight. And the EMS officer paramedic just looked at me and told me it doesn't look good. And then we proceeded from there.
Okay. So do you know, when you arrived, I think you said there was one other officer already there, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Were there any other officers or fire personnel or anything?
It was the one med engine with, I believe, 2 paramedics, me and my partner, and that one other officer. That was it.
Okay. And did you know where to go when you pulled into the I Promise school?
We pulled in and went straight to where the med unit was because we assumed they would be out with the victim.
Okay.
We pulled in and went straight to the med unit because we assumed they'd be with the victim.
Did you have the opportunity to get close to Ethan and observe him?
Yes.
In the parking lot? Did you perform any sort of medical treatment on Ethan?
I didn't. EMS was already out with him.
Okay. Did you observe them doing something?
When I approached them, I believe they were taking off the EKG leads.
Okay, what did you do at that point?
I walked up, I observed Ethan, made my personal observations, went back, spoke to EMS, let them finish their process, and then began to walk around the scene, see if we can find anything that just seemed out of place, like it didn't belong.
Okay, did you find anything like that?
There were several shattered cell phones laying in the immediate area. There were identification cards. The car was parked not too far away from him. It looked as if the sunglasses visor had been ripped out. There was miscellaneous clothes on the basketball court, and then we walked around to see if we could find cameras on the school. I believe we found one that may have been facing the basketball court.
Okay, so you looked for cameras on the school?
Yes.
Okay, and did you go to any neighboring businesses personally and look for cameras?
Me personally, no.
Okay. Did you go through any of the sort of neighboring, the neighborhood to look for cameras or anything?
No, I didn't leave because me and my partner were at this time, we're the only 2 officers on scene. We didn't know where that other officer was at that point in time. We knew his car was there, but we didn't actually see him.
Okay, okay. And so you said you were looking for things that were out of place. You mentioned some cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to see those, do you believe you might recognize them today?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you guys can explain this to me. I get if there was like shirts on the basketball court, because I've seen like guys rip off their shirts when they're gonna go fight. I don't get the IDs being there. I don't get shoes being there. I don't get miscellaneous. And if he bet miscellaneous clothes anything other than shirts, I don't get that either. And why were Ethan's pant pockets out, inside out? Did somebody rob him before they left? Because they all left, so who knows? They haven't brought that up, doesn't matter. But that's odd. This whole scene is weird to me. Maybe I'm just naive and not up with the latest ways to get in a fight. I don't know. I wasn't up in the old ways to get a fight, but to get in a fight. Okay, then I didn't hear that. Yeah, my phone was very busy during then. A lot of things all of a sudden people needed me to get done during the openings. I did not. I thought people put their shoes on. I thought like if you were in prison or jail, somebody came walking out with their tennis shoes on, it's about to go down. I didn't think they came out. I mean, unless you're a UFC fighter. Or, wrestlers wear shoes. WWE wrestlers. So Hamilton, they were talking about the scene, and they're saying there's miscellaneous clothes, there's shoes, there's IDs, there's just weird stuff there. And I get if the shirts were there, is what I was saying, because guys generally will, for whatever reason, rip off their shirts before they go get in a fist fight. Gabby said some people take off their shoes. It's just weird. It's just a weird scene. That's just that's new to me, Gabby. People taking off their shoes to fight. Well, now I know. Well, that explains that. If he knew karate, second degree black belt, yep, that explains that. Because I guess if I ever see anybody taking off their shoes around me and their shirt and throwing their IDs and phones on the ground, then I will know I'm about to get in a fight. Well, I can understand girls taking off their shoes depending on what kind of shoes they're wearing and their earrings and sometimes their hair. But yeah, I don't know. So yes, I'll continue. Well, no, I know. You guys, I guess, see, I'm just old because I never saw anybody in high school take off their shoes. They just go at it. But I get you don't want to fight in flip-flops. I get it. Also, they can be used as a weapon, I guess. Some high heels shoes for sure.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 8 and have you identified for the jury if you are able to do so. Do you recognize this image here?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what that is?
That's two of the cell phones and an ID I found near the pillar that was near the victim's body. I'd picked up the ID to see if it was possibly belonged to the victim because I couldn't see it when it was on the ground. Saw that it didn't and placed it back with the cell phones. They were right next to the pillar when I found them.
Okay, so that's not where you actually found them?
No, it was right next to where I found them.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why you touched them?
Just to see if there would be anything that I would be able to identify the victim. We still had no name for him at this point in time. Sometimes cell phones have they have like little wallet holders on the back of them where you keep identification cards. Once I saw that it didn't have any of those things, I just placed them back down.
Your Honor, would it be possible to turn off the sort of drawing feature there on the camera? Okay, and sir, you did indicate that you were in a position to view Ethan's body, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did you note any injuries when you looked at him?
So when I approached him, he was laying on his back. His color was pallid, as if he had been passed out. I observed what appeared to be vomit on his face and what appeared to be tread marks from a shoe on his torso.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to show you what's previously been marked State's Exhibit number 5. Do you recall if that's how Ethan looked when you saw him at the scene?
Yep.
Okay. And you made reference to tread marks. Is that something that's visible in this photograph here?
I can't see it, not in this photo.
Okay. You made reference to EKG in hooked up to Ethan, is that right?
Yeah, that'll be the black and white circles on his arms and at his hip.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 9. I'm going to have you identify it for the jury if you are able to do so. Do you know what that is, sir?
Yeah, that's the bruise right up under his shirt that I was talking about that appeared to be a tread mark from a shoe.
And you indicated that there was a light pole nearby, I think, where you put the cell phones. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if it was on? Was it providing light?
I believe it was.
Were you involved in the collection of other evidence throughout the parking lot that evening?
No, that would have been our crime scene unit.
Did you stay while they came and processed the scene?
Yeah.
While you were there, did you talk to any other lay witnesses?
So there was a individual that showed up later in a car. I don't believe he was a witness, but he knew what was occurring. He said, I don't recall him saying that he was there, but I spoke to him and was able to get Ethan's mother's information to make a notification to her.
Okay, and were you involved in making that notification?
No, I passed that on to our victims' assistants and our detectives.
Sir, did you notice anything out of the ordinary with regard to the vehicle that was left on scene there?
Yeah, so it was in the middle of the parking lot. I believe one of the doors was open and the sunglasses visor to the car was behind it, like it had been ripped out.
Okay, if you were to see that today, would you recognize it?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 10. Do you know, is that the sunglass visor thing you were talking about?
That would be it.
And that's a true and accurate photograph of the scene as you saw it that night?
Yeah.
Did you immediately know what that was?
Yeah, just because I've seen them before. And when you looked inside of the car, you could also observe that the area that would have a sunglasses visor was empty.
Okay. Like it was ripped out of there?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why. That's such a
Did
weird
you,
thing to remove from
at
the
any
car.
point touch Ethan's body or clothing?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer.
How's it going?
I'm fine, sir. How's it going for you?
Pretty good.
So the medical personnel were there working on Ethan before any law enforcement got there. Is that accurate?
As far as I know, I'm not sure if they were already working on them when the other vehicle, I believe it was the officer that was in just before me.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they were working on when he got there, but when we got there, they were finishing up.
How quickly did you get there? Fairly quickly?
Pretty quickly, yeah.
And the EKG or the little stickers we see on Ethan,
Mm-hmm.
we can assume those were attached to a machine of some sort, right?
Yeah, so the stickers get put on the hips and the arms, and then they.
Was that already done by the time you got there?
Yeah, they were finishing that when we got there.
So we don't know if Ethan's body was in the same exact position it was right after the event happened, or whether medical personnel were required to move him around in order to try and accommodate treatment.
Yeah, no, I would have no idea whether they moved or not.
And when you got there, it seems like all you guys had some hope that maybe Ethan would be okay.
I did not.
You did not?
I did not. After I walked up and saw him, I didn't make any pronouncements because that's not my job. But I was essentially waiting for EMS to give me the okay that he had been cleared.
They'd already walked away by that point. EMS is no longer doing chest compressions. They're no longer.
They're not doing anything, and they haven't moved him. So typically when that happens, we're going to call out a death.
But I do see that Ethan lost a lot of bodily fluid. He lost it through his eyes, his ears, his up. Is that, do you know if that's consistent with the beating or if it was consistent with the brain hemorrhage? Do you have any information on that?
I would not know.
Okay. What's the significance of this sunglass thing? Do you know?
Nope. All I know is that it was out of place. It appeared like the whole scene appeared as if there had been a fight. Okay. And it just appeared like as part of that fight that somehow that sunglasses visor was ripped out. I don't know if it would have been part of a fight or the being put out of car. What?
Now, you search cars in your line of work, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. And folks place things of good things, bad things, but sometimes they place things in compartments of their car, and the sunglass holder is somewhere where you would put your sunglasses or anything else you're keeping up there, right?
Yeah.
So we don't know if anybody retrieved anything from the sunglass holder in a hurry and pulled it out. It doesn't look like a heavy thing you would use for a weapon, right?
No, not a weapon.
Okay. And there wouldn't be any real reason to reach out. Is it located up here?
Yes.
So it's a logical thing that maybe somebody, even EMS looking for ID, but somebody maybe tried to get in that sunglass holder to look through it and it just popped out, or it's all the way over in the by the body.
In my experience, it takes
I'm not sure why they're showing the news clip beside him right now. I don't know what's happening, so ignore that.
Significant amount of force, but an intentional amount of force to pull those out.
Well, I mean, I hear you. My Toyota, I keep my spare key in that little thing, and it breaks off every time I pull it out too far. Which might be.
That's not a question.
I'm just, how'd this one get out? Do we even know how this would get out or why it would be out of the car?
Like I said, I don't know why it would be out of the car. I just know it would take an intentional, not necessarily an intent, but an intentional amount of force for it to be removed from a car.
Just seems odd, right? It's out of place. There are phones there, and the phones are broken. At least the screens are broken, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in your line of work, you also, these days, gather phones as part of investigations. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, with modern technology, sometimes you can tell a lot about what happened before and after an event by reading people's text messages and things like that.
Yeah.
In fact, the APD has a whole crime scene unit up on is it the second floor, the fifth floor?
Second.
They got a whole crime scene devoted to processing things like that, right?
Yeah.
And you routinely hand over phones, and sometimes investigators for this or investigators for this will crack them open and find information.
Mm-hmm.
Did you try and power these phones on or anything?
I didn't.
Okay. But you did preserve the phones and turn them over as part of the investigation, so we can assume that your superiors or the investigators or the folks who took over after you gave them that, and you safeguarded those phones, you hand them over, and they should be somewhere down the road in the case.
So outside of me touching them initially and placing them back down, I didn't touch them again after that. So whoever collected them it wasn't me, so I have no idea who touched them after that.
But you clearly, you picked them up and you looked at them and you put them, to you, they were significant.
Just so I didn't know if they were significant or not. I just knew that they were foreign to the scene, like they wouldn't have normally been there. So I placed them back down for somebody else to make that determination, whether they would be of evidentiary value or not.
You didn't assume that they were discarded trash as if people just leave cell phones all around. It
No.
looks like it had something to do with the young man laying in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Officer.
Afternoon.
Officer Lockhart.
Yep.
I'll Gallagher, represent Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions. Let's start with this sunglass holder. You were there on scene. right? You're the second officer or third officer there?
So me and my partner would have gotten there at times, so it would have been second on scene.
Okay. And I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Your job is to collect all the evidence you can.
To know where it's at and preserve it, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean, like you see some sunglass holder laying on the ground and you're like, we need to make a record of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So sometimes I mean, this is not the first scene you've been to, right?
Right.
And so sometimes you note something or they take photos and it turns out to be it's really important, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then other times it has absolutely no meaning whatsoever.
Yep.
But at the time, you don't know what's important or what's not important.
Yeah.
So you record everything you can find.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I mean,
And sir, you need to say yes or no.
Yes.
And so the sunglass holder, if there's any relevance to this investigation, right now you don't know what it is.
No.
Okay. But you've collected information anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Whether it's relevant or irrelevant, you're supposed to record it no matter what.
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. Has this the first time you've been called to the I Promise school?
So the I Promise school in general, I don't believe so. I've been once or twice before this.
Okay, there might have been a couple other calls before this?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that for fights or something else?
I believe once may have been for a fight. One may have been for just a suspicious person walking around the school after hours.
Okay. Okay. Now there was some talk about seeing Ethan Lyman laying there and deceased. You were asked by Mr. Sin on cross, you don't know if EMS had to move him to do any kind of EKGs. You don't know anything about that.
No.
If an EKG was done, that was before you got there.
They were finishing. Like I saw them walking away with the machine as I walked up.
And you haven't read anything. You don't know if his friends tried to move him or get him into a car before they left the area.
So from what I had gathered, all his friends were in the process of running, and one of them saw him falling, and none of them came back to the scene. So I don't think any of them moved him.
Okay, as far as you know, you don't think any of the friends tried to move him?
No.
Okay. Now, did your investigation end on June 2nd, or did you do anything after June 2nd?
I didn't.
Okay. You were, I don't want to re-show it, but you were shown a photograph of what you think might be a tread mark or a footprint or something like that?
Yes.
Is that just like your gut feeling, or to you kind of think it looks like a shoe print?
It looks like a shoe print. As me and my partner were on the scene looking at him, I literally looked at my partner and I said, that's a shoe print on him right there.
Now, as far as you know, did anyone, I don't know, did any forensics person come out and say, we're going to see if that's true, or we're going to analyze it, measure it, the size of it, or see if...
No.
Okay. So, I mean, it might be a shoe print, or maybe it isn't.
Maybe.
Okay. And if it is a shoe print, we don't know whose it is, at least you don't today.
No.
Okay. Okay. Did you talk to EMS at all before they left the scene?
So as I approached, I asked what condition he was in, because at this point, when I initially got there, I just assumed it was still a typical fight. And they had told me that it didn't look too good. Then I spoke to them again after they had spoke to the doctor that had pronounced him dead.
Did they tell you the cause of death was trauma to the back?
They didn't give me a reason for the cause of death.
Okay. So you don't know the cause of death?
No.
You just know the person is deceased. Do you remember the area? I mean, you looked at a photograph where there was a driver's license. It looked like it was laying, was it like on a light pole or something like that?
On the basic one, yes.
On the base of light pole. And that's near the area where Ethan Lang was found.
Yes.
In that area, were there a bunch of potholes on the pavement?
Not that I can recall.
Could we look at State's Exhibit 3? Let's see if I, this is gonna work. If I just lift it, oh, you're right. So we're talking about State's Exhibit 3. Does this look like what you saw that night?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, in the center of this is look where there's a drain or a sewer grating here.
Yes.
Right. And then it looks like above it and around it, there's all kinds of, I don't know, potholes or fractured pavement or something like that.
Yeah, it looks like fractured pavement.
Okay. Have you been out to the I Promise School after June 2nd, 2022?
A few times.
Okay. Do you know if this has been repaired or you think it's in this condition?
No idea.
Okay, I appreciate that. No other questions. Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, Judge. All right, sir. We already looked at State's Exhibit number 10. We identified it for the jury. Can you remind them what that is now?
That's the sunglass visor.
Okay, and then we see number 8 card right by there, right?
Yes.
Was that card there initially when you arrived?
No.
And is that an identifier that APD would use to mark evidence?
Yeah.
And would that have been, with the sunglass visor piece, would that have been moved by APD prior to putting an evidence placard by it?
No, it would not.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's marked State's Exhibit number 4. And I'm going to ask, and Your Honor, I'm sorry, could you put the marking tool back up, please, Judge? If you're able to see placard number 8 in this photograph, if you could maybe circle it on your screen there. Okay. So it looks like you put a little green circle around placard number 8. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that where the sunglass visor piece is?
Yes.
Sir, next I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 2. And I'm going to ask you to, if you're able to do so, to mark the vehicle in that image where the sunglass visor piece came from. Okay, so it's up there. And are you able to see placard number 8 in this image? So I think there were some questions about whether officers might have ripped it out looking for identification or something. Is that right?
Whether EMS would have, but I don't believe EMS even approached the car.
Okay, and if they had, would they have carried it
No.
across the parking lot and set it down at a different spot?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
I guess I'm just trying to catch the relevance of this thing. Do you have any idea how this thing got in the parking lot or what purpose it would be there for?
How it got in the parking lot? I'm assuming it fell out of the car.
Okay, so I guess I want to follow up on that because we think the car, we know this thing sits up here and it holds stuff, right? Sunglasses.
Yes.
And now it's not there anymore. It's somewhere in the parking lot by where you circled.
Yes.
Okay. Are you trying to say that it fell out of the parking lot because it fell there in that spot because that's where a car had been earlier?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just answering the questions.
I mean, somehow this thing got out of the car and it's now across the parking lot from the car.
Yes.
And we don't know that it just like fell out of the door of the car and dropped right there. It got there somehow, but we just don't have any idea.
I don't know.
And I guess I'm just missing whether or not you're aware of whether this means anything or has some evidentiary value.
I have no idea what value it holds to this. I just documented it because it was out of place.
Thank you.
Mr. Dalkin, anything?
Nothing. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, officer. You may step down.
I need a short one.
That lawyer needs to go to the little lawyer's room because they're taking a break and he needs a short break. I don't know what they were making such a big deal about. I mean, it's weird that the sunglass holder thing was out of the car. That's weird. I don't know why they were making such a big deal about it. Like, I don't get it. Hey, Ronnie, how are you? My daughter is calling me. She knows what I'm doing. I don't know what she's doing. All right, let me fast forward to when they get back from their short break. Hey, Ronnie, is there a verdict in the Apple River thing yet? Very curious. Yes, that was my I know. It was my daughter. It was Carmen. Like, what are you doing? Why are you calling? You know what I'm doing. It's like the second call. Her dad's called. She's called. I had to make a call for her. Oh, they just okay. I'm very what's your take on I haven't watched a lot of it. Hamilton's watched it. Um, I've kind of watched the videos, so I'm curious what your take is on it. Well, but I thought she was done, Gabby. Oh, don't worry. Uh, she's also been texting me. Don't worry. I always give them a hard time. They wouldn't know what to do if I wasn't available. Nah, there's the text. I think from what I've seen, I would lean that way too. Well, if they get a verdict before we're off of here, which I doubt, if you hear anything. All right, I'm going to see what Miss Carmen wants. Another officer. Here we go.
All right, so the audio might not be great here because they have not turned the mic on yet, but this seems to be our third witness, another officer. Let's see if they turn that mic on. There we go. All right, yep, our next witness. We return you back to court here in the I Promise School death testimony. Our third witness, an officer.
Can you give us your name, please?
Sergeant Robert S. Miller.
And you're employed with the Akron Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
In what capacity?
Work as a midnight supervisor for the Akron Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
All right, can you describe for the jury what the crime scene unit is?
A crime scene unit responds to major crimes in the city. Our duties and responsibilities are to identify items of evidence, collect, package, and preserve that evidence for submission to either laboratories or presentation in court.
All right, how long have you been in that position with the crime scene unit?
In the crime scene unit since October of 2016.
And prior to that date, were you also an officer with APD?
Yes, I was hired in March of 2007.
All right. Were you in patrol for that time period up till you went to the crime scene unit?
Until December of 2015 when I was promoted to sergeant.
Sergeant, okay. So, Sergeant Miller, I want to ask you about a scene that you responded to on June 2nd of 2022, right?
Yes.
The scene I'm talking about is the I Promise School. You're aware?
Yes.
Okay. About what time did you receive the call there from detectives, I would guess, right, to come bring the crime scene unit out to the I Promise School?
I don't remember the exact time we received the call, but it was during our shift for the midnight shift.
Midnight shift, okay. And what will your hours be for midnight?
We work from 11 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. All right, so do you respond to the I Promise School?
Yes, I did.
And just tell us, as part of the crime scene unit, do you bring anything with you when you respond to any kind of scene?
Yes, we have a large vehicle we'll bring with us with myriad of packaging supplies, as well as collection supplies that are all sterile for any type of evidence we might encounter, whether it be biological, DNA sources, or a physical object that we would need to collect.
Did you, sorry, strike that. What was the type of call that you received?
We received a call that a body was found in the parking lot of the I Promise School on West Market Street. That the victim was still there and that a number of items of evidence have been located by responding patrol units and detectives. We were requested to come out to document that scene with photographs, video, and then collect that evidence.
Okay, so you documented the scene with photographs and video?
Correct. I responded with my team that night, which had been Detective Simona Hall and Detective Danny D'Annunzio. Detective D'Annunzio photographed that scene. I took video as well as scans, and then Detective Hall collected and packaged evidence from that initial scene.
All right. So when you get to that scene, what is it like?
It's fairly vast. It incorporated the parking lot and the basketball courts, as I remember. It's a fairly wide area.
And the patrol officers that were on scene or detectives before you get there, I mean, how do you know what area it is you're going to be processing?
They demarcate that boundary with crime scene tape. And they'll also place patrolmen in positions to make sure items of evidence aren't disturbed.
So items that may have been found on the ground or left, you hope, where they were found originally?
Correct.
All right. The crime scene video, in this case, have you reviewed it since you documented it back on the 2nd of June in 2022?
Once, yes.
Okay. And this is going to be marked as State's Exhibit 26. Jumping ahead. Judge, I would ask this time to play State's Exhibit 26, which is the, I believe it's going to identify as the crime scene video.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And there's no sound with this, correct?
There shouldn't be. Usually we try to mute that so it's not distracting because it's a series of videos that are clipped together. This is location establishing, showing the intersection, the nearest street signs we could find for West Market Street and Valley Street.
You can go ahead and discuss what you're feeling when you're doing it here.
From that same location, now panning around in the general direction towards where the I Promise School will be located, beyond the business shown here. This is the same working progression from that position of the street signs towards the location of the incident.
So looking at the McDonald's parking lot there.
Yes, and this section shows the entryway behind the McDonald's, south of McDonald's, in the direction of that parking lot for the I Promise School. Zooming in here to show approximate location where we parked the vehicle on the outskirts of that scene. This is our truck.
So we're in that alley kind of between the I Promise School and Valley Street.
That's correct.
That's the dumpster, the McDonald's right there.
Yes. This is also location establishing. We're showing the signage for the I Promise School, marking the location. Panning shot in front of the I Promise School.
That's the entryway basically to the parking area
Correct.
we're going to go into here. Okay.
Correct.
Jenny, is your mic on?
This is continuing to work closer into the parking lot, moving forward into where we have placarded items of evidence. You can briefly see there at the bottom of the screen, the placards in the foreground. This is the basketball court that's on the west end of the parking lot for the I Promise School.
So you're standing basically at the entrance there to the
Correct.
court.
Correct. Here on the court, we have placard 15. This is marking a neon green shirt and what looks like an ace bandage that were located abandoned on the court. Another view of the same.
Is it fair to say that at this point you don't know what could be of evidentiary value or what's not, so you're just marking everything you see?
Right. You're looking for things that appear to be foreign to the scene that may or may not be evidence. That's going to be determined later by a case detective. But it was left on the scene where an incident occurred. It may be something that's unrelated. It may be something crucial to the case, but it was left there, so it was marked. It's a close-up view of placard 15, marking the ace bandage and neon green shirt.
Their school basketball court had Xbox.
We're now back on the far east side of the scene. This is
on
the
it.
parking lot for the I Promise School. I'm going to zoom in on placard 1. This is a McDonald's drink cup. Looked like it was in fairly pristine condition, probably new. Didn't look like it had been there for very long. So again, it was placarded as possible evidence. You can also see the spread out of the other placards and the body of Ethan Liming laying in the parking lot. Zooming in on some of the other placards here, placard 2 is marking a piece of a type of BB gun, a splatter soft, and placard 3 is the BB gun itself. This is another panning angle of the same. We're on the north end of that lot, panning from the east to the west, showing the layout of the placards and the position of the deceased victim.
And I see some light sources that you bring with you to light up the scene.
Correct. It's a close-up of deceased victim, Ethan Lyman. Again, close-up on placards 2, 3, and 4. They're pieces of the splatter soft BB gun. Another overview angle of the same lot. Slightly further west, looking back toward the east, showing positions of the various placards. It's another close-up view showing position of the deceased victim. We're panning now back towards the basketball courts, showing its location in reference to the parking lot.
I think we just, that's the sun visor.
Yes.
Glasses visor.
Yes, sunglasses visor. It's part to a vehicle.
And I think the one we're looking at right now, that placard in the center is a shoe.
Yes, it's a flip-flop. Flip-flop sandal. Placard 12 over there on the far right, marking a basketball. Here we're starting with placard, a basketball and a key.
What are 13 and 14?
13, I believe, is a printout from an EMS unit, I think. I'd have to look at it from another angle. 14 is a cell phone. This is just another layout of the placard seen from this angle. These are going to start close-ups. This is a close-up view of the drink cup that was found on the east end of the parking lot. Placard 2 is a piece of a SplatRSoft BB gun. Placard 3 is the BB gun. Placard 4 is a magazine that contains the BBs for the BB gun. We also have a wallet here. I believe that was the victim's wallet.
You can see some of those orange Orbeez on the ground.
Yes, they would have come out of the magazine. Placard 5, we have some damaged cell phones here, as well as one containing an ID for last name subject was Dancy. Close-up view of the same. This is going to be placard 6 marking the victim, Ethan Lyman. We'll show several angles of the deceased victim in the parking lot. Just continuing to rotate about the body, show it from all sides. Placard 8 here is marking a sunglasses holder from a car. Placard 9 is a right flip-flop sandal. Placard 10 is a type of like face mask cover. Placard 11 is a left flip-flop sandal. Placard 12 is a basketball, and there's also a key on the ground next to it. Placard 13 is a cell phone case. Placard 14 is a cell phone, I think that's an iPhone. And this is a photograph of video of my ID showing that I am the one that made the video.
Okay. Along with the crime scene video, you said that it was Officer or Detective D'Annunzio who takes photographs of the scene as well.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what I've marked as states 2 through 25. So I'll hand you 2 through, I believe, 25. First, just kind of take a moment to flip through them, and then I can ask you questions. Do you recognize the photographs marked states 2 through 25?
I do. They're the photographs taken by Detective D'Annunzio on June 2nd of 2022.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the scene as it was when you got there?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Put a few of them up on the overhead. There were some photos that were taken of the victim's face,
Yes.
and I'm just going to put up here marked, sorry, State's Exhibit 16. On this picture, one of the ones you identified, do we know what is here in the center of Ethan's chest?
It's biological material. It could be blood. It looks like there's blood in it. I would suspect that it's also possibly some spit up or even vomit. I don't know for certain.
Okay.
I didn't have it sent out for testing, but it appears to be biological material.
And this is State of Ohio's Exhibit 17. What was the significance of this photograph?
Photograph here is looking at the back section of the victim's head. The hair appears to be saturated with blood, and it is also on the concrete, showing that some type of head trauma has occurred.
This 16. And this is State's Exhibit 18. What is depicted in the photograph?
This is the victim. We're looking at a close-up of the left side of his face. We can see petechial hemorrhaging, the rupture of blood vessels under the skin, about by the temple, as well as bleeding. It looks like it's come from the orbital socket area of the eye.
So you're referring to this area of?
Correct. Again, it's indicative of head trauma.
And you indicated that there were some cell phones found in and around the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Or in the scene, I should say,
Yes.
not around. I'm going to show you States 20 that you just looked at.
Right, this is placard 5. This is the base of a light pole in the parking lot. And we're very nearby the victim, Ethan Liming here. This is roughly adjacent to his body. There are 2 damaged cell phones here, and one of those has an ID card, an Ohio ID card. I remember the last name of the subject was Dancy. I apologize, I don't remember the first name.
And then what was the state of the cell phones?
Both had been completely smashed. Screens were destroyed.
This is State's Exhibit. Put 22. And what do we see here?
This, I think this is placard 14. This is a red iPhone. It was found in the parking lot. Again, it was also smashed.
And in relation, it's hard to tell in this photograph, but do you know where it was located in the lot?
This is further west, away from the victim. It's closer towards the actual building of the school.
Oh, okay. Here's State's Exhibit 24.
We're looking at a close-up view of the same. This is the smashed Apple iPhone.
State's Exhibit 25.
This is the side or torso of victim Ethan Liming. We're looking at some bruising on his side here. It's indicative of some type of trauma that happened to his side.
And similarly, this is State's Exhibit 9, and we marked this earlier, just another maybe a little further out view of that
Yes,
injury.
this is slightly zoomed out a little bit further, but it's a view of the same. We can kind of see the indentation of the pelvic area in the lower right of the photo, and the belly button, the navel, is in the top. So you can kind of place this about on the side, about the start of the bottom of the rib cage, between the rib cage and the pelvic bone.
This is State's Exhibit 2. Kind of an overall view from what direction?
We're on the east end of the parking lot here. We're looking west, south, southwest towards the I Promise School. This is showing a layout of all the placards that are visible from this angle. You really can't see into the basketball court from here, but this is the parking lot.
All right, so if I pointed out over here, what would be over here?
That's over by the basketball courts.
And what is depicted here in the photograph? It's kind of small. Let's see if I can zoom in.
In the center of the photograph here by placard 6, we have Ethan Liming. That's the victim. Just beyond that, placard 7 is an EMS vital signs printout. When Akron Fire Department paramedics arrive with someone who appears to be deceased, one of the things they're going to do is they're going to check for vital signs. That paper was left behind. In the distance, you can see placard 12 about the center left of the screen that marked the basketball and the key that was found in the parking lot.
Where are we at? That's over here.
Just to the right of the cruiser bumper, under the tree trunk.
And then what is over here? What is this?
The vehicle, you're referring to the vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
That ended up being, I believe that was the victim's vehicle, and that was transported to our processing bay garage.
Was that vehicle in that location when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived, it was.
Are you aware if there were ever any keys found for that vehicle?
I'm not aware of that.
So that vehicle was towed to where?
800 Dan Street is our training facility, our training bureau. It's also where we have our processing bays for the crime scene unit. When we have a vehicle that we need to preserve as evidence, the outside, the inside, where we're going to process it as a separate scene, documenting with photographs, collecting evidence out of it, they're taken there.
All right. And the different items that we saw that are all marked with these yellow placards everywhere, are all those items actually, collected, taken into evidence by the crime scene unit?
Yes, they were.
So they'd be individually packaged and placed into evidence?
Correct.
All right. The photographs that, I haven't shown them all there, where you looked at everyone 2 through 25, do they fairly and accurately represent the scene as it was when you were there that day?
Yes, ma'am.
That evening? And how about the crime scene video that fairly shows the scene as it was when you got there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said the Kia, which belonged to the victim, Ethan Liming?
Yes.
Was that Kia then, what we use the word processed?
Yes.
What happens to the Kia?
So it was taken to our processing bay.
And what does that mean? What do you do?
It was towed without anybody touching it. It's kept in the condition that it was found. Once it's unloaded inside that bay, detectives will go about obtaining permission to get into that car, either by the actual owner, which I'm suspecting would probably be one of the parents, or they would get a search warrant. In either case, once we get permission to get into the car, we'll go and begin a photo process, exterior, and then work our way inside the car. And that was done on June the 4th by 2 of my subordinate detectives, Detective Simona Hall and Detective Josh Tietze.
All right. And you saw and all the photographs they took of that vehicle?
I'm required to. I'm the supervisor.
So if I showed you those, you'd recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to,
I'm going to mark this as space 27, a folder of these pictures, digital folder, if that's okay.
Don't stop talking to the officer because I think he might fall
On a
asleep.
flash drive, or they will be on a flash drive?
Go ahead.
And I guess referring to specific one, I can say 27.
Well, they are marked with some number, so I think I would refer to them as that number if possible.
This is described in the program as DSC 8699.
Right, so the DSC and the number, the Nikon digital cameras, whenever you take a photograph, they will assign automatically a index number to the photograph, and they're sequentially increased with each photo you take. So that's the serial number you're looking at for this photo. What we're seeing here, this is the beginning of the photo series taken by Detective Hall on June 4th, 2022. This is inside our processing bay at 800 Dan Street. We're looking at the Kia that was towed from the scene. And this starts the overall exterior photos documenting the condition of the outside of the vehicle.
So first you're going to document the outside. Right?
Correct.
You see some front end damage there, right?
There is a little bit in the grille. It's unclear to me looking at the photo exactly what happened, but there's obvious damage to the hood and the front of the grille.
We don't know if that happened, when that happened.
I don't know when that happened.
And Ms. Shuki, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Turn off on me again, Judge. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I think if you don't, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is DSC 8700, just another view of the vehicle.
Correct. Detective Hall is beginning to pan around the vehicle here, around the driver's side. DSC 8701, 02, 03 continues that moving around the driver's side, around toward the back.
Okay. And at some point you are going to, or they're going to document the interior or any items in the interior, right?
Correct.
I'm going to move to that. This next picture is DSC 8726. And what do we see there?
All right, so we're beginning to look at the interior of the vehicle for evidence inside here. In the cup holder, we have a water bottle, but it's been filled up with these splatter soft BBs. What they are is, it's a BB that's designed kind of like a sponge. It will absorb some water and maintain that water volume in it when it's loaded into the BB gun to be discharged. Here in the center console, we also see a wallet. There's some plastic bags in here.
All right. And the water bottle with the Orbeez beads, or you describe them as being, there's water inside them?
Throughout them. The volume is designed to, like I say, work like a sponge. If you take a sponge, you drop it into a bucket of water, it increases its volume because it holds water. Now, the sponge, you pull it out, it's going to start draining out immediately. These are designed to hold that. They come like a gel.
If you would touch them or hold them, what would they feel like?
I've never held one myself. I don't really know.
Okay. This is 8729 photograph.
So we're looking at a slightly wider angle here. This is looking in through the driver's side door. Underneath the seat, you can see an additional Splatter Soft magazine. This would attach to the Splatter Soft BB gun we saw in the previous photo series that it was marked by placard 3.
This is DSC 8733.
We're looking at a close-up view of that cup holder. Again, you can look, you see this is a water bottle. You have a pretty clear view of the BBs inside that water bottle.
This is 8735 photograph.
We're looking into the glove box here. Inside, I think we're going to see this in the next photo series. There was a bag that was located. Inside that small zipper bag, there were 2 smaller bags of marijuana, I believe a digital scale that was located.
So if I go to 8736, what do we see here?
The same. So this blue bag was found in the glove box, and inside it contained these 2 small bags of marijuana and a digital scale.
This is 8738.
This is a photograph of the two items of evidence shown in the earlier photos. The bottle of BBs from the cup holder and the magazine that was located under the seat. They've been removed from the vehicle. This is before they were packaged to show them what they look like next to each other, and then they would be packaged and tagged as evidence.
All right. This is 8740. What do we see there?
All right, so this is on the front passenger door of the Kia. On the window, there is in dirt a shoe print that was found on the vehicle. Looked as if someone had kicked the window. So that was photographed, and at a later time on June the 10th, we returned to this vehicle and actually removed the window and took it as evidence.
And let me ask you this, let me go to the next picture, one moment. This is 8741. Is that a closer up view of that shoe print on the passenger?
Correct. It's another view of the same, a little bit closer, a little bit better detail. You can see some of the tread impressions.
And you said this is the front passenger window?
Correct. And it's on the print is on the exterior surface of that window.
This is 8744.
This is just showing a view into the car through that window. Detective Hall is trying to catch an image of that print here from a different angle. It wasn't a successful picture. Again, that's the reason why we ended up grabbing that window out of there. The print is transient evidence. It's sometimes difficult to take a picture of that on a clear surface, and we don't want to lose it, so hence grabbing the window.
I think there's 8746 and 8747 are additional pictures of that same.
Correct. These are additional attempts to get a better detailed photo for comparison quality of those tread markings. And this was a much more successful attempt to show that impression.
Okay. So, and the photographs we just saw there, State's Exhibit 27, those are all fairly and accurately represent how the vehicle looked when it was towed and when it was photographed and processed?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
You have 1 minute. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I see the exhibit reviews, not the video, just the pictures?
These right here.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Good day.
I'm not sure yet. If I do, just hit the buttons. Yeah, please. Thank you. Sir, what is your job title? I call you captain, detective, sergeant. I see the stripes.
Sergeant, detective.
Okay. Sergeant, with respect to the crime scene unit, do you have a specialty in the crime scene unit? And I guess what I'm getting at is, are you just a photographer? Not just a photographer. It's a career being a crime scene photographer, but is that what you are? Or is photography part of what you do? And you also unlock cell phones and pick up fingerprints and gather DNA?
Official title is a crime scene detective. I'm also a master evidence technician in the state of Ohio.
Okay.
So I think what we're looking at is the training that goes into that through OPATA. Akron Police Department crime scene detectives are required to go to a series of different schools that involves basic and advanced photography, fingerprint identification and comparisons, blood-stained evidence, forensic aspects of death, and a course called evidence technician, which teaches you how to identify evidence, correctly package it and preserve it so that it can be used again later for laboratory analysis or presentation in court like this.
Okay. And you were in charge of some other officers during this case, other crime scene unit guys. So are you the head crime scene unit guy out there?
That evening I was, yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to ask you some questions and something about some photographs. You go out there and you try and document things that you find to be of evidentiary value, okay?
Yes.
The defense is going to allege that, we do allege that Ethan Liming wore a ski mask during this incident. Did you find any evidence to establish that there was a ski mask present at the scene?
Yes, at the I Promise School, one of the placards does mark what appears to be a ski mask type headwear.
Okay. Do you yourself know who owned that ski mask or who wore that ski mask during this event?
No, our job would be specifically to identify this item appears forward to the scene, document it in the photographs and video, collect it, package it. Okay. It would be up to a case detective later on in their investigation to try to put that together.
And I saw that as Exhibit 10. You had a placard down there, Exhibit 10, for this ski mask, correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
And again, I don't have the video to pull up, but I don't think we need to. Do you remember where that ski mask was found in relationship to Ethan and the car?
I'd have to go back and look at the photos. I know it was in the parking lot, and I know it was further west of where the victim's body was laying.
Okay. And that evidence was preserved, and had you wanted to, that could have went off to a crime lab, and we could have gotten DNA on it had anybody thought that was required.
It could have been sent off. Whether or not DNA would be found, tests would have to confirm that.
Do we know if that happened, or we don't know?
I don't know.
That'd be for the detectives down the line as the evidence comes in to decide what they want to send out and don't send out.
Correct. Normally, the case detective would make that submission to, in this case, BCI.
There were some cell phones found broken, and do you have any information as to whether or not those cell phones turned on or did not turn on?
That wouldn't be up to us to do. What we would do is we have a specific room where we place those, a Faraday box that they would go into if we are unable to place them into airplane mode to preserve their data.
Because you don't want anybody wiping them remotely, is that the idea?
Right. There is another unit at the police department, the criminal forensics unit, our computer guys, and they would take those and attempt to do a download on that.
Okay. And is it your understanding, based on your training education experience, that sometimes the contents of a telephone can be recovered even if the screen's broken?
Just like any computer, it can be. It doesn't necessarily mean it will.
And we've all had broken phones this day and age, but you guys have some special tools that get into phones and can sometimes unlock them and sometimes can download the contents onto a drive. Is that safe to say?
Depending on the phone, yes.
Do we know if that was done in this case?
That's not part of my purview. I do not know personally.
Okay. But you did collect them, document them, and pass them on down the line?
Correct.
These little Orbeez balls, you compared them to a sponge.
Yes.
Right? And that's because they absorb water.
Correct.
And we saw that these were not necessarily in the magazine alone. We did see a magazine which spilled Orbeez balls in one picture, but we then saw what appeared to be a pop bottle full of Orbeez balls in the car.
Yeah, water bottle, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the practice of freezing these Orbeez balls to make sure that they, like you freeze a sponge and the sponge is going to get rock hard? Are you aware that that's a practice? You freeze these balls?
After responding to the case, I had heard that people do that, but until the night of this incident, I was unaware that it took place.
There wouldn't be any way for you to determine whether a ball was frozen previously any more than if you could tell a drop of water was an ice cube at one time, right? It warms up as...
I don't know. It would depend on the nature of the material, whether freezing would cause damage to it with ice crystals.
Okay. We can assume, though, that much like a sponge, the more you freeze these things, the harder they're going to get.
Frozen object's going to be solid, yes.
Okay. And you also discovered a bag in the car that contained drugs.
Correct.
And it had multiple baggies. It had 2 baggies of marijuana.
Yes.
And then it looked like it had 2 additional baggies that maybe at one point had contained marijuana.
There were 2 additional bags. I don't know if they contained marijuana or not, but there were 2 additional pieces of plastic.
And these were all contained into a closed kit of sort of a shaving bag type thing, correct?
The 2 bags of marijuana and a digital scale were inside that bag, found in the glove box.
Yeah, now, what are digital scales used for in your experience as a police officer?
I've found only 2 uses for them personally, in common on the street. One is used by a dealer who would want to weigh out drugs for someone they're selling to. The other is used by someone who's buying for personal use that wants to make sure they're not getting cheated.
Okay. And then you also look at how the drugs are packaged and whether there's multiple baggies, correct?
Yes.
Multiple baggies would tend to support that someone's selling drugs as opposed to buying.
I would object, Your Honor. I think that's beyond the scope of this officer's role in the investigation.
That's okay. I'll withdraw that.
Just want the guy to go to sleep. He looks so tired.
Yeah, 1 second, Judge. Mr. Gallic. Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you want these done?
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Good day.
Donald Gallic, I represent Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions.
Sure.
One, you said that you found an ace bandage at some point?
Yeah, it's what it appeared to be, like a medical bandage wrap was found on the basketball court.
Okay. And it was near maybe a basketball jersey or something like
It's
that?
a neon green shirt.
Okay. So did the bandage look new, or does it look like someone had used it and unraveled it down the road?
I'd say it didn't look like it had a lot of wear on it, but whether it was new or heavily used, I couldn't tell. They don't take a lot of wear very easily, that type of material.
Do you remember, is this a bandage? Are there some bandages for your ankle or some for your shoulder? Or?
I'd characterize it as a sports wrap. It's common for particularly people playing basketball. They can have ankle injuries. Okay. And to support the ankle, we'll wrap the foot.
Okay. And one of the basketball players, we know there were some basketball players there during this incident.
I heard that there were, yes.
Okay. If one of these basketball players had an ankle injury, is that something you know or you don't know?
I do not know.
Okay. Someone else might have investigated that, maybe?
It's possible.
Okay. Just briefly on these pellet guns, whatever. You had a lot of talk about whether or not on cross-examination with Mr. Sen, maybe they're frozen, maybe they don't. There's no way for you to know.
No.
No way to know. But you did say they absorb water like a sponge.
Yes.
And you said they increase volume.
Yes.
And it also would increase weight.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. And the heavier something is, the more force it will strike from.
Yes, force is mass times acceleration.
Yeah. Fm equals ma. Good enough. The pavement, we looked at this pavement a lot there. Now Ethan Lyman's body it was found near like a sewer grate, like a few feet away, something like that.
Remember that, yes.
Okay. And the pavement looked kind of uneven. Is that true?
Yeah, it was not a completely level surface.
Okay. Do you know if later they went out and smoothed it?
I have no idea. Sorry.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that anyone moved Ethan Lyman's body after he fell?
Aside from EMS, no.
Okay. You think EMS might have?
They're going to have to manipulate the body some to be able to check his vitals and see if they can give him aid.
Okay. Now you were asked, you may do something else first. You were shown some injuries to the body's side.
Yes.
Right? Okay. You don't know what caused those injuries?
No.
Okay. And you don't know if those injuries were fatal?
I do not know.
I mean, it looked like there was a lot of head trauma, like the back of the head. Is that
correct?
Okay. But someone else would do that actual medical analysis, not you.
Yeah. Yes, I have no medical background to assist or perform an autopsy.
Okay. You were asked about this ski mask that you found.
Yes.
And what was it? Was it black?
Black, I think maybe with a little bit of gray on it.
Black and gray. And is it your job just to identify that ski mask and let someone else figure out who is wearing it and why?
Correct. Our job, we identify those items of evidence, and then we want to package them up and collect them in a way so we disturb them as little as possible to preserve whatever may be there for further processing. Be that at a lab or, again, presentation here.
No further questions at this time.
Ms. Schicky, retract.
Just briefly, I want to show you what we previously marked as State's Exhibit 4. And you were asking questions about a face covering, a face mask.
Yes.
Do you see it here? Do you know what placard it was?
Yeah, it's in the foreground here, placard 10.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 28. And that's the,
Yeah, that looks like the head covering. It's a face mask type head covering. It's black with like a slate subdued gray pattern.
okay. If you know, is it, it was referenced as a ski mask. Does it go over your entire head and face, or is it something different?
I didn't see what it looks like pulled over someone's head. I know it pulls over the head. I don't think it completely obstructs view of the face.
Okay, like pulls up over your lower face area?
Right. The face is not 100% covered with it, but it does
Okay.
cover the head and face.
And like anything else left on the scene, you marked that with a placard too?
Yes.
I'm going to put up against State's Exhibit 4. So in the picture here, State's Exhibit 4, is it fair to say that the items, the placards, are pretty much scattered around the parking lot?
Yes.
This was one of Ethan's or somebody's shoe?
Yeah, it's a flip-flop sandal.
That's the mask. This is another.
Another flip-flop sandal, the partner to the one marked with number 11.
And further, sorry, one moment. So from where Ethan's body lane 8 over here, is that part of the vehicle, the sunglass?
Correct. Yes.
And part of the Orbeez gun is 4,
Yes.
placard 4. And I think 3 is the Orbeez gun itself.
Correct.
So fair to say you had a pretty large scene, really.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just briefly about this mask. We're also used to masks after the pandemic, but we're not talking about a COVID mask here, right?
That's correct.
This is something that maybe you'd pull over your head, and it would keep your head warm and your ears warm and maybe your mouth warm, but your eyes and things would be out.
That's a very good and accurate description of it.
Okay, and so probably something designed to keep you warm.
Yes.
What month was this?
This was in June. This was June the 2nd of 2002. 2022.
What the weather was that night?
I don't remember it being hot, but it wasn't cold either. It was fair weather.
Thanks.
All right,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you, Sergeant. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention today. That is the conclusion of the witnesses that will be presented this afternoon. We will recess then for the evening. If you would report back at 8:40.
Oops, bad pause for her. I am good at that. You think it was quick, Gabby, and Christy's like, that would seem like days ago when they were talking about him being a dealer. It is early. It's early. That's okay. Oh. We're gonna Still wrap it on up. We will continue with this Friday. And I'm glad she quit because I ran out of time getting my timestamps today. Hopefully we'll know I'm sure we'll know a verdict in the Apple River, whatever it is. I'm very curious about that. I'll probably go look at that for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go have dinner with my dad and my brother because it's Wednesday. Do you mean a literal 2-year-old, Hamilton? So, Ronnie, the state's attorney, her hair is very blonde and it's curly, and Gabby said it reminded her of ramen noodles earlier today, and she wasn't around, so I asked if she went to fix herself some ramen noodles. Why are you calling me a nerd? It's not very nice. Carmen finally got her package that I sent almost 2 weeks ago. Well, it almost took 2 weeks. I sent it over 2 weeks ago. And her birthday's coming up on the 20th, and I'm like, well, I better get her card mailed now, and it might get there on time. Hey, Carmen, did you realize today was your true due date? And then you decided you're going to wait 10 more days? What are you having for dinner, Gabby? I'll take the steak. I'll take the mashed potatoes. You can keep the mushrooms and the onions. Is that because your yard is flooded? You guys are getting a lot of rain down there in your part of Texas. All right, well, that's weird. I guess you could catch it and eat it. Depending on which neighbor's yard it was in. All right, you guys, I'm gonna go. Well, you guys are giving me ideas of what I will eat at O'Charlie's later. Well, be careful going to the liquor store, Gabby. Ronnie, pork chops, mashed potatoes, and green beans sound delicious. Hamilton, good to see you. We'll see you guys again Friday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. And I don't have anything else. I got nothing. Got nothing. I do want to tell my dogs they've been very good today. They've only pushed me like 3 times in my chair, but they've been very good. So, all right. See you guys all Friday. Have a good rest of your week. Eastern Standard Mountain Pacific time. If you guys got that. All right. See you guys later. Bye.